Good evening, all. Welcome to the regular commission meeting here at City of Delray Beach for Tuesday, April the 16th. Would you please have a roll call?
Mr. Markert?
Here.
Mr. Long?
Here.
Ms. Cassell?
Here.
Ms. Burns?
Here.
Mayor Carney?
Here. Would you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. First item for consideration is the agenda approval. Does anyone have any additions, subtractions, anything they want pulled?
Could I ask, should we perhaps move C up to AA because so many people are here for that item? I see them in the audience.
We're talking about 7C.
7C becomes 7AA. Is that something we can do?
I have no objection. Do we have an objection?
I'm fine with it.
Oh, fine. Well, then we're going to move 7C and 7A will swap places on the agenda.
Thank you.
Any other items to be pulled?
Not from me, thank you.
Yes? No? Okay. I would like to just have I know Missy Barletto's here and Mr. Dunkley's here to just kind of go through what the aspects of 6J7 are, which is the $400,000 addition to the contract that we have for the railway station. So I would like to make that 7AA, I guess.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And other than that, I have no other changes.
I think we moved 7A, so it's going to be... It'll be 7BB because we moved the other one
Correct.
to
Of course it
7A.
would. Thank you very much.
Good.
Thank you very much. Although that would take 10 seconds.
Right. Thank you.
So we have a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So
All-
moved.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Do we need a second?
Unanimous. Thank you very much. I say unanimous so you know that.
I'll
Yes,
se-
we
I'll
did.
se- I'll second it.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's good.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Well, we have a presentation by Rhonda from the Palm Beach County Commission on Ethics, who I met earlier. There she is. So welcome to the City of Delray Beach.
Hello, everyone. Rhonda Geiger with the Palm Beach County Commission on Ethics. And I'll say, as I do every year, this is not so much a presentation as it is a reminder that we are here. A reminder to everyone in the audience that the Commission on Ethics really is about fostering public trust in its officials and hopefully leading to accountability. Reminding everybody in here of our motto, we hope everybody, and in fact everybody here does embrace, is to ask first and act later. We want to help out before issues become issues. We want to answer questions before something becomes an investigation. And we're really trying to do a lot more community outreach with respect to showing up at meetings and also making sure that everybody knows that we're here to do trainings. We'd prefer to do live trainings. We'll come out for as small a group as you guys put together. It doesn't matter if it's just a couple of people. It doesn't matter if it's a whole crowd. We're happy to provide those in-person trainings, and we really think that there is great value in those, as opposed to, not that the video is not great, but as opposed to watching the video and not being able to answer or to ask questions and have those questions immediately answered when you have a concern or you don't understand specifically something that has happened with the code. So I've dropped off some little, trinkets. Don't worry, they're not enough to be considered a gift.
I was going to say they're under $100. This notepad, right?
I should pay you to take them, actually. No, they're definitely not worth just about anything. But it's just a reminder that we're here, and we're, as I said, we're happy to answer questions, and we're happy to answer questions from the public. We just really want everybody to walk away with a better sense of trust in their local government. That's the level that we can reach at this point. So that's really what we want to do. So can I answer any questions for anybody?
Any questions from the dais for Ms. Geiger?
May I? Thank you. Thank you for coming. I guess I'm going to try to ask a hypothetical because it relates to an issue that we'll be addressing this evening. But your organization would not make a recommendation to remove somebody from a board.
We do not. We simply make a
Correct.
finding as to whether or not they violated
Right.
the
So if
code.
someone
Yep.
says, well, the Commission on Ethics did not say this person, woman, man,
We don't have
should
that
be
authority.
removed. Correct. Thank you so much. I appreciate what you do. It's a hard job. Thank you.
Anything else?
Any other questions? Ms. Geiger, thank you. Oh,
Thank you.
sorry, did
Oh.
you have a question?
No.
Okay, thank you very much for the
Thank you. I appreciate
presentation.
you always
Thank you.
letting me
Thank
come
you.
in.
The informational presentation. We now have the considerations regarding the implementation of the tourism master plan. Don Koldis is right in front of us. Koldotz, excuse me. Koldotz. You can help me with the name.
Collards.
Thank you. Welcome to the city.
Thank you. Again, my name is Don Klotz. I'm the president, CEO of an organization called Tourism Strategic Solutions. I've been partnering with the city since really 2021, right after the pandemic, to make sure that we continued the momentum that the DDA, the city, and the chamber had created prior to that. So, I'm going to do that. We've got a lot of information to cover. This is normally a 2-hour presentation. I'm going to do it in 10 minutes. So put on your seatbelts and crash helmets. A lot of information. I've already talked to each of you individually, so post this presentation. If you have any questions, there's no test at the end, all right?
Thank you.
So first I want to thank the Tourism Committee. And anybody who is related to tourism that's in the room, could you just raise your hand? Okay, you can see that there's a lot of individuals that have helped create this tourism master plan. So this was not built in a vacuum. We used the stakeholders within the city, and I just wanted to recognize them. So why are we doing a tourism master plan? Number one, it links to your comp plan or your comprehensive plan. It creates jobs. For every 100 tourists, it creates 1 job. Quality of life is a rippling effect because they get to enjoy the destination year-round. The 39 cities within Palm Beach County, you're creating a competitive advantage. It supports community development, aligns our stakeholders, defines roles and responsibilities, and drives economic value. Every tourist drives around $900 per visit to your destination. The calculus that we've done in terms of an estimate, in terms of the economic impact, is around $875,000 a day that tourism brings to your destination. And that's understated because that doesn't really include the Airbnbs and VRBOs. So we just use the hotel inventory that you have today to create that estimate. From an alignment standpoint, you've got 4 organizations on a global basis that are focused on tourism. You've got Brand USA focused on 193 different countries. You've got U.S. Travel focused on the 50 states. You've got Visit Florida focused on 282 cities. And then you've got the Tourism Development Council who focuses on 39 cities. So really, there's no one entity that has the city of Delray front and center and on their radar screen. And that's the purpose of the Tourism Master Plan. We want to make sure that we get more than our fair share. Where have we been? We started, as I mentioned, in 2021, developing the Tourism Master Plan. We then created an implementation plan, and the purpose of the meeting today, as you articulated, is to really give us direction in terms of next steps. So I play architect in terms of developing the blueprint for success as it relates to tourism. My previous job, I was with Discover Palm Beaches as the Senior VP of Destination Development. So again, we've accumulated all this intellectual knowledge to create this plan. And if we look at current state today, the plan framework, there was a 12-step process that we went through, and by going through that process, we assembled 76 different stakeholders within the city. We subcategorized them into 4 different food groups: marketing, branding, attractions, infrastructure, staffing, and finance. And to my amazement, when I sent out the note and said, which committee would you like to sit on, we almost had 100% of the participants select the committee that they were passionate about. And their focus was really to help us think through, from a strategic standpoint, what are those recommendations going forward. We did a SWOT analysis on the tourism strategy for the destination. We brought in subject matter experts both on a county level as well as a state. We created 50+ recommendations, and then we documented the tourism master plan, which you have a copy of. So the recommendations really are the top 6 that kind of came to this surface based upon a polling of the 76 different stakeholders. Was 1, we need business intelligence. We need a dashboard. Second, we've got 3 different websites going on. We need to do an audit of those. We want to look at the assets within the Delray Beach, Florida mailing address. We want to create a marketing plan. We want to look at a CRM, which is basically looking at how do we acquire, like just this weekend you had the Delray affair, how do we capture contact information so we can reach out to those people and get them back here to extend their stay. And then last and most importantly is really this advisory board, which we're going to drill down on. So high-level tourism dashboard, we identified 130 KPIs. We went to Discover the Palm Beaches, asked them to give us a proposal. They came back to us with a cost of around $6,000, and we issued a 12-page report identifying and ranking all the KPIs. This is phase 1. Right now, we're kind of driving a car with no lights on. We don't have a lot of BI in terms of how long people are staying, what's their intent to return, what's their level of satisfaction. So we want to make informed decisions as we move forward into the future. Second is the website audits. The city and the chamber's websites are linked to the DDA's website. The issue there is that not all the content is there. And looking at Google Analytics, we noticed that there's a high bounce rate, which means that people are going to the DDA or the chamber or the city's website and not finding the content that they need. Next key initiative was developing a tourism asset database. I leveraged relationships with Palm Beach State College. I brought the class in of 20 students, and they went through and they looked at any tourism-related asset that had a Delray Beach mailing address, and we identified over 700 different tourism assets. And we completed a 47-page report and gave it to all the stakeholders and gave a presentation to the commission back in May of '23. This is an example of what the city looks like. You've got your city boundaries, you've got your zip code boundaries, and if you overlay that with the tourism assets, around 60% are in the kind of the downtown area, the DDA. But you're missing key components. As an example, if you go out to ChatGPT or Gemini with Google and you ask the question, I'm coming to Delray, I've got 2 children, build me a 3-day itinerary. First thing that comes up as something to do is Murakami. Well, Murakami is an unincorporated area. So they generate around 300,000 tourists. So you've got a fragmented model. You got the city, you got the chamber, and you've got the DDA. And our proposal is we want to create a team. We want to have the city take the leadership role to drive tourism to make sure that we get more than our fair share of the tourism asset, not only in peak season, but throughout the year. I did a business case that basically says we can drive an incremental $23 million worth of economic value if we can straight line that snow curve that we've got in terms of the shoulder season in the July and August. Next is the marketing plan. We developed a 56-page report. We used best demonstrated practices. We looked at the 4 destination plans that the sports, the film and TV, the Discover the Palm Beaches, and the Cultural Council have produced, and Visit Florida, and basically reverse engineered what their strategies are and use them as a foundation to build a destination marketing plan for the city. The next is the CRM. It's all about making sure that we've got information where we can talk to these people about things to do in Delray Beach. All right, so we are not paid in any shape or form by the county to subsidize tourism marketing, and so what's happening is that we're promoting, if you will, people to go to Lion Country Safari. So that $900 that you would have gotten as someone spending at retail or restaurants or staying in a hotel is going outside of your city. And so the key strategy is a mind shift that says we want to do everything we can to keep that visitor within the city limits. And that's all about creating experiences. Just like that lady wrote into AI and said, what do I do over 3 days? We should have different itineraries for different times of the year based upon different profiles. I'm here on a shopping spree with 3 of my girlfriends. Where do we go shopping? Where do we go eat? What are the best spots? I got 4 guys. Where do we play golf? What's the best demonstrated practice? Where do we go fishing? So we can build those. Those are off-the-shelf stock itineraries, and we can use AI to leverage those and then get feedback whether or not it was a plus experience or a minus experience. Did we try and cram too many things during that experience, or did we not give you enough to do while you were here? And then the advisory committee. And again, as I mentioned, this is one of the 6 top priorities that the tourism committee identified, because you've got we're all kind of going in the same direction, but we're not running as fast as we can. So next is implementation. So the objectives are, again, keep the person within the destination, market all the different assets, create competition, leverage technology. If you've ever seen a barcode has 31 pieces of data. A QR code has over 1,000. I'm very big, and we're deploying QR codes in other destinations within Palm Beach County, and basically a visitor will scan that QR code. It will go to a landing page on everything there is to do, a la what happened yesterday and really over the weekend with the Delray affair. So again, what we want to do is leverage technology to drive visitation. Last year, we went out and we interviewed a number of different commissioners. Some of you are still here, some have left. We interviewed the mayor because we wanted to get their points of view in terms of 10 different questions that we asked them, what's the priority? The interviewers, where we fired up Zoom calls with Jeff and myself to interview each of the commissioners and the mayor one-on-one, and we also interviewed the DDA chair, the Delray Beach chair, the CRA, Renee, and again, there's the list of the Delray Beach city leadership that we interviewed. The output of that is we asked them to rank those 10 questions on a 1 to 10 scale, and what we learned is 71% said these are the extremely high initiatives that we need to focus on. Economic vitality. Tourism is the 2nd largest driver in Palm Beach County. Palm Beach County has a GDP of $58 billion. Tourism represents around 12% of that, and it continues to grow. We want to not only get people here, but we want to extend their stay. We want them to come and not stay 3 days, but stay a week. And part of that is just creating these different experiences. It's a business catalyst for new development. We want to look and make sure that we've got, again, that BI, that dashboard. And then the one we really want to focus on is this Tourism Strategic Advisory Committee. So what does the future state look like? Future state is, again, we want to create not a board, but a committee, and the committee would be focused on setting and coordinating and communicating where we're going. So it would be comprised of the city of Delray Beach, city manager or his or her delegate, the chamber, CEO, Stephanie, Delray Beach DDA, Laura Simon, And then we need your input based upon your relationships. We would like you to appoint people to the commission representing different verticals. Your lodging, your food and beverage, your retail, because we want people right now invested in their business segments to make sure that they're going to be successful. So what does that advisory committee, what are their roles? It's really to provide oversight, look at our digital infrastructure, look at our performance management, look at our assets, how do we keep them current, look at marketing the whole destination versus just sections. And then I was talking, I got here at 4 o'clock just to make sure the technology was working. I was talking to a couple of your residents, and I don't think we've properly engaged them to get their feedback. Who knows Delray Beach better than residents? They know things to do that we are probably not aware of, and that really so we want them as part of this new steering committee. So committee qualifications, we want those participants to have experience, knowledge of Delray. And I think it's important that they think strategically. This isn't about tomorrow. This is about 2025. How do we make sure that when season starts in November and goes through April, that we're optimizing and making sure that we're getting our fair share of the tourism pie? Great communication skills, understands marketing and promotion, and understanding sustainable practices. So we also have subject matter experts. We've got Visit Florida. We've got Palm Beach, the county. The county has, I think, overall, because their business model is based upon bed tax. So if you stay at a hotel, it costs $100 per night. When you check out, it's going to be $106. That $6 drives an $81 million business model that's divided amongst 4 different agencies. So we want to bring them in and look for those intersections of success. You've got FRLA, Florida Restaurant Lodging Association. So there's a ton of expertise out there. They're willing to partner. All we have to do is engage them. So recommendation amplification. I've got copies of this whole presentation, which I'll hand out afterwards. In terms of next steps, we'd like you to give us some direction whether or not you think there's value to create this tourism strategic steering committee, and there's a whole list of action items that would need to be accomplished coming out of this. You've got the resource, you've got the talent, and now what we need to do is just harness that tourism power to make sure that we're all going in the same direction. Because as I mentioned earlier, it's a little bit of a fragmented business model the way it's working today. So I don't know how long I took. I know it's over 10 minutes. I apologize in advance. So are there any questions or comments on anything that I've gone over or I haven't gone over that you would like to review?
Anyone from up here have any questions? Anyone here?
No, may I just say thank you so much. I know you've been working on this for a very long time, and I appreciate you, and hopefully we can work towards implementing some or a portion of this in the future.
Great.
Thank you for your hard work.
I actually have a couple of comments.
Sure.
I found it, and I actually read all your stuff.
Okay.
And what was interesting in your SWOT analysis are the weaknesses that the city has.
Mm-hmm.
And I know you didn't focus on them here. Some of them I agree with and some of them I disagree with.
Right.
But every one of those weaknesses which you articulated are things that can be tackled with the right approach from the advisory board and the commission and the various things. So, I mean, I see great opportunities as a result of this report, and I'm honestly saying that I learned a lot from reading the report, things I didn't even realize. So I think it was very thorough. I think we need to digest it all, and I think this will not be the last time we speak.
Okay.
And I want to thank you for the thoroughness of the report, and thank you for coming today. And you took 14 minutes, so
Okay.
next time we're
Yeah.
taking 4 minutes off.
So thank you for all of your time. I really appreciate it. And here's my contact information. If you need me, I've given you my business card. So I look forward to continuing the partnership that we've had to date.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Uh-huh.
Where are we now? We're now for comments and inquiries on the agenda and non-agenda items from the public. Let's see, the first is city manager's response to prior public comments and inquiries, including those we had this week with ourselves.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to give Don an opportunity to distribute those via the clerk. If you can just hand them all to Madam City Clerk, please. Well, never mind.
I have one.
Thank you.
Donnie.
I'll take it. Some other time. Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, I actually have two brief updates, if I may offer. First of which has to do with some commentary that was offered during last week's meeting relative to the status and practice of executing the development and construction of a new water treatment plant facility. Mr. Hajimari, Director of Utilities, and I had an opportunity to spend time today on site to review the physical environment, and that resulted in direction to engage with Kent Dresser McKee to come before you in the next couple months to offer a presentation so that you all can achieve a stronger sense of timeline, if you will. Because again, as they were commissioned by the city of Delray Beach March 5th, 2024, to initiate design build services to this effect, that should come with some level of quarterly update to that effect. Therefore, an update will be forthcoming within the next couple months, so I thought I'd pass that along, given the fact that we talked a little bit about this just last week. Secondly, in response to some thoughts and comments I've had addressed with a couple of you all actually regarding Senator Berman's presentation last week, she talked a little bit about some items at the state level that essentially preempt municipalities' abilities with respect to our capacity for legislation, specifically Airbnb, vacation rentals, and how that all works in our community. Of course, the city attorney and her team, as I understand, you all are working to finalize some considerations in this regard. However, I did speak with Mr. Sam Walthour, Director of Neighborhood and Community Services, just to get a sense as to what our progress is to date, given the current state of affairs on the subject. I've asked him to be in position to offer a word or two in terms of why we are where we are. So if I may be permitted in that regard, I think that will be helpful. Nevertheless, we all look forward to coming back before the commission to outline our course of direction given the legal constraints. Mr. Walthour, if you would please, for a moment or two.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. Sam Walthour, Neighborhood and Community Services. This will be pretty brief. I just want to share a few things with you on vacation rentals and the legislation that was referenced last week. As of the beginning of March of this year, according to Deckard Technologies, a company that we had a subscription with to track vacation rentals in the city of Delray Beach, there's a total of 1,349 identified vacation rental units in the city. So with that, just wanted to kind of share what the scope of the vacation rentals are in what the scope of vacation rentals in the city is. So with respect to the 2024 legislation that recently came through, the local governments are authorized, of course, to adopt local laws requiring registration of vacation rentals, also local laws that could call out for a annual registration and renewal of vacation rentals. There's also the ability to charge a reasonable fee for the inspection of vacation rentals, and there also the ability for fines to be imposed up to $500, for example, if a property owner or an operator fails to meet the registration requirements. There are also provisions for a suspension or revocation of a registration for vacation rental. And all of these things, of course, if the city chooses to move forward with such legislation locally, we would have to report those things, such as a revocation or suspension of an operator to the Division of Hotels and Restaurants in the state. And so there are a number of other requirements within the legislation as we've looked at it, but of course we're going to continue to work with the city attorney's office to make sure that whatever is crafted is in the best interest of everyone here in the city of Delray Beach. That's it.
if I may, my issue is I've gone back and looked at the resolutions which we have in place were actually adopted in 2012, and we initially had 3 times. It moved to 6 because the state moved then to 6 times. They preempted us with 6 turnovers per year into vacation rentals. My concern is, and we have already those in place, and I'm wondering to the extent that we are not preempted, because some of the language in the statute talks about if you already have things in place. And so I'm really trying to figure out how those are going to come into play, because people that live in, RL neighborhoods need to know who their neighbors are. And if you have Airbnbs every other week,
Right.
even if they're well behaved, I mean, sometimes they're not, but many times they are. But even if they're well behaved, you really should know who your neighbors are. And I think in particularly in the neighborhoods which are residential in nature and are not, RM, multifamily, the single-family residential neighborhoods, we need to make sure that we have some kind of guideline to ensure that you know who your neighbors are. And so that was the focus of what I'm doing. And I'm hoping that our things that we did in 2012 to some extent can supersede what was done in this recent legislative initiative, also being able to register them, which is important, also being able to do all that stuff, which is important. That's what I'm hoping to get to. So that was the purpose of my question. I'm not.
You want me to answer?
No, but I know you don't have an answer yet. So.
I mean, I have somewhat of an answer.
Oh, then you want to somewhat of a reply?
The 2012 ordinances, and as you know, I have a memorandum that I'm happy to share with the balance of the commission. There were 4 ordinances that were passed. 2 dealt with business regulations, and those are not preempted by statute. The other 2 dealt with the exact issue that's subject to the preemption. So portions are, when the city is preempted and it affects our ordinances, you're able to sever the portions that are preempted and still maintain whatever was not. So we are able to maintain some of it. So the definition of a transient residential unit, that's okay. That it's prohibited in CF and PRD districts, that's maintained, that's grandfathered in. The waiver process for an economic hardship, the reasonable accommodation process. So those are really the only things that have been preserved. There is some portion of the turnover that is preserved, but I think that once we're able to finalize this registration ordinance, it's going to put us in a better position that if we are able to very limitedly regulate the turnover, at least it'll put us in a position where we actually know. Because right now, we have somewhat of an idea. The registration process will allow us to, number 1, conduct annual inspections, which is important because if people are going to rent these places, we want to make sure that they're safe. The fire code, the housing code, all those things are being complied with. They'll allow us to do annual inspections, and the registration is going to tell us who the landlord is. There's emergency contact information, because as you know, when we find out about these things, it's because the impacts, right? The noise, the parties, the parking, the garbage, that's when we hear about it. And so if we're able to mitigate and regulate those impacts, which we can do now, and so we do, I think Code does a really nice job with that now, as best as they can. But if we're able to at least have that contact information of who the landlord is, that at least gives us a person that we can talk to. Listen, it's there's a party going on. This needs to stop. We're giving you a 30-minute warning notice to put an end to it. So I think those little things are going to help us because unfortunately, I think for the most part we're not able to regulate the turnover, which is part of the bigger issue. But we have been preempted. So we do have a draft registration ordinance that we've been working on. We'll start finalizing that to bring it before the commission. We'll go to the Planning and Zoning Board first, and then we'll bring it to the City Commission.
Thank you. You have more. Oh, did you have a comment?
I had a quick question. Sorry, I don't have much of a voice tonight, but I was wondering how that impacted HOAs that have rules in place already for turnover.
Right.
Are they grandfathered in, or will that preempt those?
HOAs are typically their own little municipality, so they're able to pretty much handle it themselves. We're not really able to regulate what an HOA does, so they govern those things themselves.
Right. Thank you.
Mr. Sutton.
Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, I do yield at this time. I may have other remarks towards the latter part of the meeting.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes.
Before you begin the public comment, because I didn't note it on the agenda, just so that everybody is aware, the new 7A which is the removal of the DDA board member. That is a quasi-judicial proceeding. So anybody who's here wishing to speak on that should wait till that agenda item is called, as opposed to speaking now.
Thank you very much. We have public comment. Now, the meeting is now open to the public comment from anyone wishing to speak on any topic or agenda item other than the quasi-judicial items and public hearing items. The public will have an opportunity to speak on quasi-judicial and public hearing items later in the meeting as those agenda items are called. For public comment, please sign in and state your name and address for the record. You will each have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mayor. Montre Bennett, 323 Northwest 2nd Avenue. Peace. A dark hand touching a light hand. A young face looking into an old. All people working together for a goal to be told. A stranger and a stranger together. A foe and a foe are now friends. All people helping each other. Making beginnings meet ends. A heart understanding another. A soul reaching out to a soul. All people feeding their elders with plate, fork, spoon, and bowl. A rich man helping a poor man. I don't know why they said that, but I'm gonna say it. A convict dancing with a child. All people put aside their differences and a share of hope that is wild. A shout comes out from the open, like a footstep falling on sand. All people together proclaim, now there is peace in this land. I challenge everyone to just sit with themselves a few minutes a day. Visualize hatred, jealousy, and envy away. And visualize love, peace, and harmony. Together we shall be. Breathe in peace. Breathe out hate. Breathe in love. Breathe out envy. Breathe in togetherness. Breathe out division. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in life. Breathe out death. Breathe in harmony. Breathe out. Peace we shall find if we work together. I'm complete.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. I am Jay Alpern of 3130 Lowson Boulevard, Delray Beach. Congratulations to the three of you on your recent victories, and I thank you all for your dedication and sacrifice. At the P&Z public hearing yesterday on the city's capital improvement plan, there were bits and pieces, but nothing about the heart of any golf course, the grass. We should all be ashamed that a 3-time All-America city has the worst municipal golf course in the county. Many golfers have adopted a new rule. Anywhere on the course, you may move your ball onto something green, probably a weed. Many want to blame the management company, but if you don't fund it, it will not be managed. Palm Beach County has 5 pristine golf facilities. One of those courses, Southwinds, is managed by the same company that manages our course, and that course is beautiful. What is the difference? Over 30 years ago, our course was nearly as bad as it is now. So we created the Golf Course Enterprise Fund to separate and restore the course and run it as independently as possible. The city added to a utility revenue bond enough money to make the Delray Beach Golf Club the envy of all other cities. We had city water wells on the course, water lines under the course, a main water aquifer under it. The Enterprise Fund paid the city back before the bond issue was paid off. The golf course has almost always been profitable. Not many public or even private golf courses can claim that. The enterprise fund no longer looks like an enterprise fund. It seems it is just a sub-department of the Parks and Rec Department. I believe much of the profits have disappeared into numerous administrative fees and charges. I have reviewed a few of the previous city budgets and found some surprising numbers. For 2023, the Parks and Rec revenue was $8.3 million. The expenditure was $24 million. The tennis facilities brought in revenues of $1.5 million. The expenditures were $5.4 million. The golf club brought in a revenue of about $3.2 million, and the expenditures on the golf course were $3.2 million. Summarizing, the P&R costs, the Parks and Rec's cost for every full-time resident, about $234 a year. Tennis costs us $54 a year, and the golf course, $0. Thank you for agreeing to select golf professionals to write the RFP for the golf course restoration. I also think the city's golf course enterprise fund should submit a bid independently of the Parks and Rec Department. The golf course land was purchased in 1923, and the golf course was opened in 1926. In 2 years, our Delray Beach course will be 100 years old. I suggest we celebrate that with a revitalized Donald Ross golf course. If you can pass that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mayors and Commissioners, Patty Jones, 1026 Poinsettia Road. I've personally congratulated Tom Carney, and I also want to congratulate Julie and Tom. We look forward to working with you and the others on your team. I'm speaking as Old School Square Center for the Arts Board Chairman. As some of you know, in May 2023, the City Commission and OSS participated in a workshop to start mending the relationship. In September 2023, another workshop took place with the City Commission, OSS, and the DDA. Our presentation was well received, and we looked forward to the future. In November 2023, the City of Delray Beach opened a request for the letter of interest, which is an RFLI, to manage the Crest Theater building, as the DDA relinquished that building from their agreement. The RFLI was originally scheduled to close on December 20th, 2023. After 2 extensions, it closed on January 12th, 2024. The only information we have seen concerning the RFLA after it closed was Mr. Moore's City Commission information letter dated February 9th, 2024. Subject matter was next steps for the 5 responding organizations. Nothing has been sent or requested from OSS since then. Old School Square Center for the Arts awaits the City Commissioner's action and decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patty.
Good evening. My name is Bruce Leash. I'm the president of the Meridian Delray Condo Association, 335 Southeast 6th Avenue. A retired landscape architect and city planner. I have a few issues that I'd like you to consider in the 3 minutes that I have. One of them relates to the previous presentation about tourism. I would like to see all of the parking lots in town, especially the proliferation of private lots, be required to list their rates. I see people using a dozen different apps. They're confused about what lots are public and what are private. Some people pay $17 or $36 to park. And I think we can do better for our visitors to town so they don't leave feeling as though they've been taken advantage of. And in general, make the parking easier. I've talked about it at other meetings where we have some lots that are 9-hour lots, like the Gladiola lot. That was slated to be a garage at one point, but the 9-hour lots are detriment to shopping in town. They need to turn over faster, and if we have long-term lots where people are parking where they're employees of businesses downtown, maybe those lots should be a little bit further down away from town. We want to bring not only tourists into town, but people from West Delray come into town, and they're afraid to come into town, and they're always complaining about parking. And we know there's plenty of parking here if you just have to find it and identify it. Second thing, I would like to commend you on your initiative to mitigate the oversized houses over on Delray Beach. But I would like to see that initiative extended west to 7th Avenue North, 6th Avenue North, 8th, and into Osceola Park. Third item is the Atlantic Avenue Bridge that I've spoken before, that I feel that the sidewalks are quite dangerous. The traffic flies over the bridge. There's absolutely no shoulder, 2 lanes of traffic. Cars come within this far of the sidewalk, this distance from the sidewalk, and the sidewalks are crowded. And I'm always wondering what happens one day when somebody gets bumped off the sidewalk into traffic. So I think it's feasible to add a railing on the street side of the sidewalk, weld it to the existing sidewalk. It's a steel structure, and I think the problem may be that Florida DOT controls it. But if it's possible to somehow convene with them a meeting about how to improve the safety of that area. And one other thing real quickly is under the bridge, it floods. Obviously, we know there are places where homeless are sleeping, and there are these shelves under there that make it very easy for them to sleep. I'd like to see it better lit. The lighted panels, which were supposed to be artwork, could have artwork in the panels, and we could really get that going again and have it be a pleasant way to cross under Atlantic Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the Commission. My name is Barbara Stark, and I'm President and CEO of one of our many nonprofit organizations here in Delray Beach, the Milagro Center. I'm here to share 2 exciting initiatives with you that we're very proud to be undertaking in response to some education and summer camp situations, you might say. So I think you're all aware of the fact that recently there was a report issued by the county regarding 3rd grade reading scores. Yes, and we were alarmed to see that right here, almost 2 out of 3 3rd graders are not reading on grade level. We're all aware that 3rd grade is a milestone. It's a future predictor of school success. And so Milagro Center has acted quickly to address this issue. We ran a major fundraising campaign, and we have launched our Code Read initiative, where we are now working one-on-one. We hired reading specialists to do one-on-one reading intervention with the students, the underserved students who come to Milagro Center every afternoon for our after-school and our summer camp programs. By working one-on-one with the students, we are already beginning to see improvement in reading, in comprehension, in writing ability, in fluency. And that is an initiative that we will continue to fundraise for and continue to support throughout the school year and throughout the summer. And so that will eventually help our schools, our local elementary schools, achieve hopefully better grades because of these efforts. Secondly, I want to share our summer camp program, which is coming up for our middle school and high school students. This will be the 2nd year that Milagro Center will be partnering with South Tech Prep and South Tech Academy up in Boynton Beach. We run a 10-week, 5-day-a-week camp from 8 in the morning until 6 p.m. And last year we had over 175 middle school and high school students come daily to our program. What's remarkable is, when we all think of summer camp, we think fun and games, yes. But did you know that we have 2 mandatory hours of academics every morning? On the middle school level, language, arts, and math, and on the high school level, language, arts, and math. And it's required that all students attend both hour-long sessions. After that, it's camp as usual, and Milagro offers a wide assortment of art and music and field trips and sports and social activities for these underserved kids who now really have a safe and productive place to be all summer. We tested, pre-tested, and post-tested the students that attended the middle school and summer camp programs, and I'm very happy to say that 100% of the middle schoolers and high schoolers who attended summer camp throughout the summer went back to school with gains. So we hope to repeat that again this summer. Just wanted to share that with you.
Thank you for the great work that you do.
Thank you.
Commissioners, Mayor, Vice Mayor. I'm Suzanne Boyd. I'm the Director of Marketing for the Delray Beach Downtown Development Authority, and just wanted to address a couple of the comments, specifically what Bruce was speaking about regarding the parking. Actually, the DDA is working on a parking guide right now. We are about to have it finished, and it will include all of the lots, all of the garages, the prices of all of those lots and garages, and we are including the private lots, but that is a great idea to also get them to give us their rates and their fees. So I will be adding that. Thank you for that idea. And that will be not only a printed guide that we'll be distributing throughout the city and at our Visitor Information Center and throughout downtown, but it will also be a digital guide. So we can give it over to the city to put on your website. We can put it on our website. So we are working on that right now. The other thing that I did want to mention in regards to what Don was speaking about with the tourism master plan is that we are about to put out an RFP at the DDA as well for a new website. So that is something that we are working on, and the AI plugin that would generate itineraries is part of that RFP that is going into our website. So we are very aware of that and are looking to make sure that our website is more comprehensive and does include all parts of the tourism, not just in downtown. And finally, we are preparing right now for our town hall. It is our yearly town hall that we host, and this year it's going to be at the Arts Garage on May 22nd at 5:30. We would love for you guys all to come, and any downtown businesses, property owners. We ask that our stakeholders, our constituents, come to this meeting to give us feedback on what we can do better in downtown Delray. And so we would love to have you all there on May 22nd from 5:30 to 8:30 at the Arts Garage. Thank you.
Ms. Boyd, let me ask you a quick question.
Yes.
Well, I understand you're doing it digitally and in the pamphlet and all that, but for a low-tech guy like me, if I drive up and I see a parking spot, shouldn't there be some indication on the spot of how much it's going to cost me per hour?
100%.
Okay, that's I think the point that was, because a lot of
Yes,
times,
I agree with that, yes,
while I
that
understand
why-
you can look it up,
Yeah.
you know, there are some lots here that within 100 feet of
Yes,
each
and
other
we
with
get
varying
complaints-
prices by 100%.
We get calls and complaints about that all the time.
Well, I think
So,
that should be looked at as
yeah,
something that they should,
I agree.
you know, pre-warn people what they're going to pay for their
That's
parking.
right. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Siobhan. I'm here from Periwinkle, Morley & Coco & Co. Just wanted to say congratulations to the new mayor, the new vice mayor, our new commissioner. Thank you guys for your service. I'm looking forward to your guys' tenure. I just wanted to provide like a little bit of a different perspective on the parking point that Bruce brought up. We have 3 boutiques on the avenue. We've been on the avenue for over 15 years. We have found that a lot of customers who come downtown come and stay downtown. Sometimes we have customers who are in the store for over 2 hours, and then they go to lunch after. And so having longer term parking that's accessible and close to the avenue, I think is actually very important and very beneficial. I know you guys aren't making a decision on parking until October, but just kind of wanted to weigh in. I've spoken before with the previous commission about parking, and just want to encourage everyone to get in touch with the merchants because we have a lot of data points that could be helpful to you. So thank you, congratulations, and looking forward to working together.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Tang, 3865 Sable Lakes Road, Delray Beach. I have a question in reference to the capital improvement project for fiscal years 2024 through 2028, for which the City P&Z Board held a public hearing yesterday. The Transportation Planning Agency of Palm Beach requested improvements for Barwick Road that aim to improve pedestrian and cyclist safety along the road, Barwick Road with regard to sidewalks, road surfacing, drainage, and lighting improvements. The request details the improvements are scheduled for Barwick Road spanning Atlantic Avenue to Lake Ida Road. Now my question is, will there be an improvement project adopted with a concrete timeline for Barwick Road north of Lake Ida Road? Seeing as more homes are soon to be built along that area, namely 133rd Road South, as well as north of the Lake Worth Drainage District, that's not Delray Beach, the canal, on which Coconut Lane and Banyan Creek Elementary School is situated in the area which is a school zone. Will resident constituents be seeing an improvement for safety for pedestrians and road users in light of the increase in dwelling density and traffic intensity in the area? Thank you.
Good question.
So of course, if I may, just
Please,
to
that's
respond,
right.
it looks like.
Okay.
So of course, the city works with, as you've acknowledged, the Transportation Planning Agency of Palm Beach County to incorporate the improvements. You've done a nice job outlining the course of direction between Atlantic and Lake Ida along Barwick Road. So we will likewise continue to work with the Transportation Planning Agency for any other outcomes in that regard. However, my suggestion is that that will not occur until after the completion of this particular project. So that's where they are.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
George Long, 46 North. Excuse me. I guess it's about a month ago, we had a number of residents come up talking about noise again, some new intrusions. And I can be fairly objective about my comments because I don't hear well. Noise does not bother me. So you can take me serious in a way. I know it's difficult, but you can try. First of all, I'm going to make 3 comments, and I probably won't finish this evening. But first of all, noises we need to all recognize, and you guys recognize this anyway. I'm sure it's more than a nuisance sometimes. It's not what I call an inconvenience. It's intrusion. It can, for some people, it's a total assault on their way of life. If they can't sleep, it's assault on their quality of life and health. So we need to take it serious. In fact, I did some research, and noise is a pretty effective method of interrogation, torture. It's used to give you some idea, but again, I don't hear it all. It doesn't bother me. In fact, I don't even know what you guys are saying half the time. And the second thing is noise can be measured. There's no problem there. I've been out with the city head consultant, out measuring noise, all the different businesses, things like that. There's no problem. You've got meters that measure decibels. And if it can be measured by the city or the code enforcement, it can be measured by a business. Businesses, restaurants, I think, not according to inspection reports I read, but a lot of them have thermometers. They can tell how hot or cold their food is. There's no problem putting something to read the decibels. They have them that you can put on the wall and they'll flash red when you get it so high, or orange when it's not quite so high. So that's not the problem. And the third, it can be measured easily. And the third thing is the codes. They can be enforced. Noise can be controlled, but it doesn't have to be draconian. It does not have to put somebody out of business. It does not have to do a total damage to them. There are ways to do it. You look at that, okay, you broke the code, you go there and say, okay, unplug everything for an hour. And they'll do it for an hour. They think you leave, they'll plug everything back in. As they normally, we went through this before with the people occupying the businesses after crowding them up later on. But it could be controlled easily. One of the thoughts I have is that you just come in and you say you have violated the code. You are no longer allowed for the night or for a couple hours or something to have amplified music. Just unplug it, period. And then you come back a couple hours later and it'll all be very loud again, I'm sure. And then you say, okay, just shut it down for the night. Don't close your business or anything. We can handle that. I'm thinking a cappella on Atlantic Avenue. We could have green sleeves, Gregorian chants with no music, nothing plugged in, and see how that goes over. It's very hard to twerk to a Gregorian chant.
Thank you very much. You've had some very good suggestions, and some of them I'm going to look at. Thank you. Are there any other members of the public? Seeing none, right? Seeing none, we're going to the regular agenda. As you know, 7C is now 7A. So this item is let me read it technically. This is the consideration of the removal of DDA board member Richard Burgess pursuant to Article 8.2.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes?
You have to approve the consent agenda as
Oh, I
amended.
do. I'm sorry, I do. May I have a motion to approve the consent
Motion
agenda?
to approve consent agenda?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. Now we move on to the regular agenda. 7C, which is the consideration of the removal of DDA board member Richard Burgess pursuant to Article 8.2, Section 8.2.2C of the City of Delray Beach Land Development Regulations. How would you suggest, why don't you take the floor?
Mayor, would you like to read the quasi-judicial rules into the record?
I was prior to people getting up, but I will do it now if you
Thank you.
prefer. This item is a quasi-judicial item and shall be conducted in accordance with the quasi-judicial rules. The applicant and the city shall be allowed 15 minutes to each present their case. The public shall be allowed to speak for 3 minutes each, or a maximum of 6 minutes if a person represents an organization or a group of people who are present but agree not to speak. The city commission and staff and the applicant may be allowed to cross-examine a witness. The city or the applicant will be allowed to offer rebuttal testimony. The decision to approve or deny an application or appeal may not legally be made upon personal views as to whether or not a project is a good project or not. This really isn't a project, but okay, just understanding it's not a project or not. Nor may a decision be based on the numbers of citizens who support or oppose a particular project. The law requires that all decisions must be made on the basis of whether a project meets the requirements of law, the comprehensive plan, and the land development regulations. So, first, swear in witnesses before anyone? Anyone who wishes to testify on this item 7, now 7A, please stand up and be sworn
Mayor?
in by the clerk.
We can do 7A, B, and C since those are all quasi-judicial proceedings. And if everyone who comes in to testify can just state for the record that they've been sworn, it might be easier.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Then for item 7A and A, B, and C, if you wish to testify on those matters, please stand and be sworn by the clerk.
Raise your right hands, please. By the authority vested in me as a notary of the state of Florida, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Now, would you like to?
Sure. So this will be handled as a quasi-judicial proceeding, meaning that we're going to follow our rules of procedure. The first matter that I would like the commission to address is ex parte communications. So if anybody has spoken to the applicant's attorney, any members of staff, if you could disclose those now, Mayor.
I have not spoken to the applicant's attorney. I have spoken to members of staff, and I've reviewed anything that was on our email.
I've spoken to the applicant, staff, and reviewed everything that's on there.
I spoke with Mr. Burgess last week.
I spoke with the applicant and with several other DDA board members, including the board chair, Brian Rosen, and Mr. Halliburton, and I had correspondence with Mr. Denkler online, and I answered some correspondence from residents who reached out about this issue, all on the server.
I spoke with Mr. Burgess, his attorney, Mr. Rose, and I've consulted with counsel for the commission.
Could I add that I spoke to Ms. Simon as well?
Oh, yes, Ms. Simon called me today, but general conversation.
So that doesn't count.
Well,
So-
didn't get into specifics of the, I was listening.
Understood. So just so that we can frame the issue, because I feel that we need to be very clear on what is before the commission. This is not something that you typically have before you. And so the very limited issue before the commission for your consideration today is whether or not there is good cause to remove Mr. Burgess from the DDA. And so his attorney is present. Mr. Rose is here. I believe he's going to make a presentation to the commission. He'll have 15 minutes to do that. After that, I will present what I've already given to the clerk, and then we'll go from there. There will be an opportunity for public comment. And after that, if Mr. Rose has any rebuttal or cross-examination, any members of the public that are wishing to testify today should be forewarned that you could be subject to cross-examination by either the city or the applicant's attorney. There's also an opportunity for rebuttal, and then at that point, it'll be given to the commission for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rose, are you ready to start? Will you be making the presentation?
Yeah, my client was speaking. I'll make a presentation. However, I'd like the.
Can you come to the microphone, because people at home can't hear?
I have a presentation. I have evidence to provide, and I think because I have the right to cross-examine, I'd rather you do the public comments first, and then I'll go when it's done.
No.
I'm not sure we can do that with the procedures that we have. The way it goes is that you need to make your
I mean, that's not a problem. I just think there's some things, I just don't want to give the people time to change their stories, that's all. But I'll deal with that, I guess, when I have to deal with it. That's fine.
We're all under oath?
Okay.
Well, we're not, you are.
Well, I mean, technically, if it's quasi-judicial, I can invoke
I
the
can't
rules and
hear
have
him.
the people
I'm
that
sorry,
plan
could you
to-
repeat that? I didn't hear you. I
I would
apologize.
say if it's quasi-judicial, aren't I able to invoke the rules?
No.
And have the people that are speaking leave the room?
So it's quasi-judicial,
Okay.
meaning that there are some elements that are similar to a judicial proceeding. That's not one of the elements that's.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, I'm ready to go. I'll have my client stand next to me.
I'm sorry?
Should we continue?
No, we're not, there's no rule to be invoked, so we can proceed.
Okay, I had packets. Remember I told you I'd be bringing?
Yes.
So I
You can
brought
just-
5, one for every commissioner, and then one for the, for you, for your.
You can hand them to the clerk and she'll
I'm going to, I
distribute.
just want to make sure they're all here. I'm not sure what order I'm going to put these in.
Whose buzzing is that? I know, I think it's someone up here. Sounds like a phone. Feels like it's super close.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then that's for the one for each commissioner. And again, I'm not sure if I'm going to use every one of them. I just wanted to bring what I had. And then that's for you.
Thank you.
I'll send you a copy.
Do you want to make a statement?
I think I could speak during public comment.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll guide you through the packet, so I'm ready to begin when you're ready to begin. I'm waiting for that clock. Yep, I'm ready to go. There goes the
Stopwatch
clock.
is ready.
I won't be using the whole 15 minutes, so essentially, my name's Daniel Rose. I represent Richard Burgess, and from the moment my client applied for the position on the DDA board, events have occurred which I think, in my opinion, have been unprecedented with the city. I feel this is a hit job and a witch hunt because Mr. Burgess is on the other side politically and speaks out when frowned upon by the DDA executive director and members of this commission. When Mr. Burgess applied, he was in the process of relocating another corporation, Dealers Pro Choice Charters, and was going to take space in the Menon building. I presented an affidavit of Kneel to Jesus to that effect. It's in your package. He then decided that he wanted to relocate to 301 West Atlantic Avenue, as other members of other boards also operate business out there, because it was best for his business. It was the financial decisions, and at all time he kept the city clerk informed of this situation, and I also provide a copy of his business tax receipt evidencing where the business is located. However, I think the public aren't aware of a lot of things because they never are, and what they don't know is that upon applying to join the DDA, Ms. Simon and the DDA attorney actually went to the city clerk and requested that Mr. Burgess be removed from his application before he was even nominated. So through a public records request, I have a memorandum from the city attorney to Mr. Moore discussing that issue where the executive director actually said he needs to be removed, and Ms. Jelen, I guess it's hearsay. She can testify for herself if she wants to or clear it up. It's never happened before. So when he was approved to the position, a complaint was then filed by Ms. Benson. And what people don't know is that Ms. Benson was termed out. In other words, she had served 2 terms, and under the DDA doesn't state how many terms a member can serve. So when the DDA has a 2-term limit, the city charter provides the rule. The city charter's rule is, obviously because it affects the commission, is you can have 2 terms, and then you have to take a timeout for a year. And then after that year is up, you can then apply to get back on the board. Hence, that's why there's certain members, sometimes of the commission, or even this DDA board, or even when I was on the CRA, they do their 2 terms, take a timeout, and end up coming back in. So essentially what the commission needs to be aware of is that despite being ineligible for the DDA board, public records request shows that Ms. Benson on 4/11/23 applied to be on the DDA board. The application is pending. Even though she's not eligible to serve on the DDA board, the application was never withdrawn. It's here, it's in the clerk's office, it's public record. So now what I want to do is I want to focus on Mr. Burgess and the DDA, why he's basically rubbed some people the wrong way politically. And the way I kind of do it is I look at optics. And optics is a good word to use because it's like an opinion of what appears to be something is optics. In other words, if the sky's blue, optics. Because some people might say, hey, it's a little gray tonight because it's storming. So Mr. Burgess is an advocate and speaks out for lack of programming for the Northwest-Southwest community. Despite the residents of Northwest Southwest paying tax dollars as part of their property tax bill as being part of the Northwest Southwest and being in the DDA, there's no use of tax dollars for that segment of the community. In other words, and the opinion is, and the optics are, unless you're south of Swinton and you have a business there, there's no programming. And he is an advocate for the Northwest Southwest, and so am I, because I'm going to discuss my own personal experience because I think it's relevant. So I usually don't talk about personal experiences. And many of you that know me or don't know me know I'm not a political guy. I have friends on both sides. I have friendships with you. I have differences with others. I am part of a nonprofit in the DDA district called We Box for Life. It's located at 103 Northwest 5th Avenue. I believe Mr. Carney has stopped by our gym. It's operated the Phoenix Boxing Gym. And we have a charity which we take kids from the community and we teach them to box to build self-esteem. Now, we did a toy drive last holiday season, and my president, Mr. Hockton, I'm also on the board, and Pastor Lane, sent out a request to the DDA about, hey, could you help us just promote the toy drive? Like you have mailing lists or just put up a flyer, do something, because we're trying to give toys for the holidays for the young children in Northwest Southwest that aren't as fortunate. It was met with radio silence. And we did really well. It didn't stop us. Nothing stops me if I'm going to do something, I'm going to finish it. And we ended up actually donating 150 toys and distributed it to the children in Northwest Southwest, of which Mr. Burgess and like-kind people were nice enough to donate. And it was a success, but not, we're in the DDA district, our nonprofit, but we got no help. And I actually have a board member who would be perfect for the DDA or any organization. He is Pastor Lane of the St. John's Delray Church. I trained with him, and he just moved from Tampa a year ago. He's a well-respected community. Some of you have met him. He's perfect for the DDA, but he's aware of my discussions with him. He's got no chance of getting on this board. He's not politically tied with anyone. And this is the problem. Here we have gentlemen like Pastor Lane, who he doesn't know I'm speaking about today, who is the perfect person to be a part of this community, who has no chance of getting into this DDA because they're disenfranchised. And this is one of the reasons, because if you're not on that right side or not connected, you don't get appointed. So what I did uncover, I did some more investigating, you got to dig, is that I'm sure you are all aware that the issue with Old School Square and the operation of it, and I did some homework and I found out that there's a formation of a corporation that's been around but was on, and you have it here, and February 21st, 2024, the Old School Square Foundation has been formed. You have the minutes here. Everything's submitted to the state. It's public record. Ironically, I don't know if you as a city commissioner are aware, the address of this business is the DDA office. Why, I don't know, but that's a concern to me. The optics don't look good. This Old School Foundation, which I don't know how they operate, I haven't had a chance to dig, I just pulled this up a couple days ago, is operating out of your DDA office. Okay, why, I don't know, that should be looked into. So then you look at who's owning it. So you have a board member, Mark Dankel, and I don't think, in my opinion, he's ever disclosed that relationship or that information. You have a gentleman named Ronald Platt. He's a well-known attorney who owned Mellow Mushroom. Never met the guy, no opinion. And then Roy Simon's the third member. Now, God bless Mr. Simon. He's a gem to this town. Probably should have his street named after him, maybe even a statue for his accomplishments, but he's 93 years old. So then I look at my opinions in the optics. Is he a proxy for Laura Simon? So why I bring this up is I think it's important, because here's what's going to happen. The DDA is eventually going to vote on Old School Square and the operation. Is this foundation putting in a bid? Because obviously the DDA are going to make recommendations to you as the city commission. The majority of the time the city commission, rightfully so, goes with what the DDA recommends. So I just find this optics again, because then I have to start looking at board members. So then I look at the most critical person on the board against my client. I don't know if he's speaking today. Never met the guy. Couldn't tell you what he looks like. A gentleman by the name of Mark Dankler. And Mr. Dankler apparently is on this Old School Square Foundation. Now, what I did learn, again, we discussed earlier, the 2 terms. You have 2 terms and then you have a year off. So apparently what I saw, and I could be wrong, so it's something to look at, my opinion, is according to his application, he served on the DDA from 2014 to 2020, so that would be 2 terms. So essentially from July 1st, 2020 to July 1st, 2021, he would be ineligible to be appointed to this board. However, in your packet, on March 2nd, 2021, Ms. Casal nominated Mr. Dankler to be back on the board, and he was voted 5-0, because usually when someone makes a nomination, 9 times out of 10, it's 5-0 or 4-1 or an abstain. So the optics don't look good, because again, it makes it look like rules are for me and not for thee. So in my opinion, you have someone who's ineligible because of the 1-year rule, who's sitting on a board for 3 years, who probably should have never been appointed because of the 1-year rule. But yet we don't seem to look into that, or we seem to have an issue with it. So you're going to hear some people speak out about their issues. I'll let them talk about themselves. But again, Mr. Burgess is outspoken about nonprofits in this town getting representation to green market. I'm sure someone will discuss that. There's also concerns he brought up about the Beatles on the Beach event, where $30,000 of taxpayer money was given to a nonprofit, a for-profit, and there was supposed to be a $2 ticket rebate. And my client inquired and believes there's been no, quote, rebate of ticket sales to the DDA. And then the issue Mr. Burgess asked, well, how are we able to use Beatles trademarks? As a lawyer, Mr. Carney's a lawyer, things are trademarked, like a yellow submarine belongs to Apple Corps. So when he emailed Laura Simon, like, hey, how are we as a city using like a yellow submarine, Beatles likenesses to do this? And the response, well, Mr. Hartwell has the rights to it and gave us permission. So we've exposed ourselves to litigation just through this is how things are in this town. Everyone just assumes everything is the way it is, and no one speaks out. So not planning to use my 15 minutes, which I promised. I gotta say something about Mr. Burgess. Again, he's not hiding from anyone. He's always in plain sight. He's always available to donate money to organizations. And it's funny how people who will speak out against him today use him to fix their cars. But he's not hiding. Okay, he's been in this town for years. He's in plain sight. So like I said, if I had him put on a hat and go 2 blocks away, and you'll all be able to point him out and say, hey, that's Rick Burgess. So he's not hiding. However, he has been, people have, and some may speak today, have been resorting to name calling, which I find quite, vindictive or vitriol. Someone actually called him a thug, and disregarding the fact that his companies have donated and spent tons of money in the community, because right now he doesn't align with certain people's political agendas. It makes him an easy target. So he's still going to continue to do what he does, because like myself, and I guess Mr. Burgess and some of you on here, most of you, we can have differences of opinion. Mr. Carr and I, we joust about opinions all the time because we're lawyers and we respect each other. Mr. Long, you and I have had differences of opinions, but when we finally met, it's like we understand, hey, we can agree to disagree, but there's no issue. You and I could disagree on something and respect each other, but still there's some people in this town that if they don't get their way, it resorts to vitriol. So in closing, I discussed my letter, so I can't really talk about the settlement Because again, it's clear that when I negotiated the settlement, which was in his best interest as a lawyer, there's something called best interest plea, where sometimes when you have a non-paying job, you don't want to spend money to just fight something, because why is he going to spend $5,000 when he can just get a letter and be done with it? So that really can't be discussed. Again, what my last concern is where we go from here. What type of action, and you have to understand this is a short-term political move. Long-term, it will have consequences, and I'll tell you why. City commissions balances over time. So in people's mind, I disagree with this, but the optics are it's 3-2 to one side. You know, before the previous board was 4-1 at one point. Like, people have in their mind that, hey, it's 4-1 this way, it's 5-0 this way, or it's 3-2 this way. And if you do something like this to vote, you know, and you need to have a 4-1 vote or a 5-0 vote, it's going to set a precedent that future commissions are just going to start pulling out members and removing them because they don't align with the political agenda. So it's going to cause in the next 4 years, we're going to have 2 elections. We're going to have all 5 seats are going to be up. It could be 5 brand new people altogether, and they could say, okay, we're going to start removing all our enemies or people who don't agree with what we want. So it's also going to dissuade and disfranchise individuals from joining boards, as appointments are always politically motivated regardless of what side. We can't pretend they're not. So the real focus, in my opinion, from this process is the application process is antiquated and ardent. I actually reviewed several applications myself before I came to this meeting today, and many of them are incomplete, missing information, have correct information, and some of them are enough that certain board members are no longer eligible or not eligible to be on boards they serve or never were. And this goes for board members that are on both sides. So there's people on everyone's side, regardless of what side you're on, that probably should be kicked off boards because they've either moved or they've made misrepresentations in applications. So my suggestion is we move forward from this. It'd be better to learn from the process and improve it rather than make this application so difficult. And, you know, maybe it's time to have new board members in the community, because it always seems that the same people are being put on these boards over and over and over again. And, you know, whether you decide to take them back or get some new blood in here, you know, that's maybe a goal. But that's pretty much where my position is careful what you wish for. You might get what you want today, certain people, and remove him, but then be aware, you know, there's always a cycle, and if it goes the other way in a few years, you might find yourself on a board that you're just going to get removed because you said something online about someone you didn't like or whatever reason, because good cause is very, very broad term. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rose.
14 minutes.
That's right.
14 minutes.
I would have been flexible anyway.
So,
For a lawyer to rest their case, you know, is the hardest thing to say.
So now who's going to make the presentation for the?
I'm just going to say a few words. I did submit to the clerk an electronic copy of the Commission on Ethics file. I know the commission, I did provide that to you. I know that Mr. Rose and his client have a copy of that. So I would introduce that into evidence. The Commission on Ethics did do a full investigation into the matter, and they did make findings. And so I think that the commission can utilize that investigation in determining whether or not the good cause exists. I wasn't going to say very much, but I do want to just put a couple of things on the record so that the record's very clear. The situation with Mr. Denkler, and a lot of this is not relevant, but I do think that it's out there now, and so we do need to make sure that the record is clear. I actually did take the time to look into it, and our code says that if somebody is appointed for an unexpired term, meaning somebody vacates their seat, they're removed from their seat, that person that is appointed is still eligible to do 2 full terms. And that's what happened in that situation. So the first term, he filled an unexpired term, and then he was eligible to do 2 more terms. So I did look into it, and I don't think that there's any validity to the claim that he should not be sitting on the board. As to the term limits, I do agree. The code is clear. You can serve 2 terms, then you have to take a break for 1 year, and then you're eligible to be reappointed. So that's very clear in the code as well. The settlement agreement, that is in your backup. It is in here. I actually spoke with Ms. Geiger while she was here about that, because it does have some language in there that says that it can't be used for any other purpose. I was a public defender in my former life, so I know what that means. And what that means is if, you know, for some reason Mr. Burgess gets prosecuted for this, that it would not be able to be used in that proceeding. So the state couldn't use a settlement agreement to say, well, look, now it can always be used for limited circumstances. If somebody is not truthful under oath, there's something called impeachment, and you can use it for that. So, while I don't think that you need to review that today or use that as your basis for, whatever action you decide to take, you can. And this is not a situation that's contemplated with that language. I want to talk about the application process because, I don't think Mr. Moore and I are very strong proponents of staff, and I don't think that it's fair to put staff in the middle of this. We have an application process. Mr. Burgess, as you'll see in the backup, there were 3 different applications. And I can tell you that Mr. Moore and I were questioned as to whether or not he could amend his applications, and we said yes. From my position, if there's something that's inaccurate in an application, somebody should have the ability to correct that information because it's not under penalties of perjury, but it's under penalties of truth and accuracy, right? So we want to make sure that these applications are transparent and accurate and truthful. And so he was able to submit different applications. The first one was because he chose the wrong board, and then the second and the third ones were the ones where he changed the address in order to become tax qualified, presumably. And so our staff, we review the applications. We have changed the process since then, but we have to trust the process, right? We have to trust that when people submit an application that the information that's in there is accurate. So I take offense to saying anything about the application process. Yes, we can always improve. Yes, we can always do better, and we have done better. The application process is going to be very different for this new board appointment. But as far as to say that somehow the city is at fault in this, I don't think that that's a fair assertion to make today. I think that there's undisputed facts in this. I think that you could see those in the findings, and just based on a reading of the application. So, as you recall, the commission is going to review the facts of this. You're going to apply them to the language that's in House Bill 299, Article 8.2.2 of the Land Development Regulations, and really a supermajority needs to determine whether or not there good cause exists to remove Mr. Burgess from the board. That's really the limited decision that you have today. I actually went back and looked at our code, because this language is not in our current code. Currently, on all other boards, people serve at the pleasure of the commission. So that's a much more broad standard, and really the commission, they serve at your will. So you don't have this type of process to remove a board member. I think this language is adopted because at the time that this House bill went into effect, that's what was in the code previously. And a previous city attorney made a decision that the standard in most municipalities is that board members are at the pleasure of the commission, and you should have the right to remove a board member if there's a basis to do so. And so that's where that language came from, I believe. And so, as indicated, there needs to be a supermajority. There is, whether or not there is good cause. And good cause is really just a well-reasoned, articulated justification for taking a certain action. So something needs to be stated on the record as to what the basis for the action, whatever the action the commission decides to take today. And then I'm just going to conclude with this. I just hope, we've heard some very harsh comments in the recent weeks leading up to this. And I just hope that, whatever the outcome is here, we don't judge somebody by a bad day, right? So I would hope that the comments, and this is for the public, in accordance with our local rules, are relevant and appropriate, and we move forward from there.
We're going to go to.
No, we can go to public comment now.
We're going to be going to public comment now, but let me just emphasize that I don't tolerate as a chair name calling. I don't tolerate as a chair unsubstantiated allegations, words that are pejorative in nature, and if you use such words, whatever time you think you have left on the clock will be over, and you'll be asked to leave the dais. So with that in mind, all of those who wish to testify.
Line them up, I guess.
I'm sorry?
Line them up. I don't know how they're going to do it. We're just going to sit down.
Yes, yeah, sit down. That's fine.
Hello, my name is Ron Platt, 5120 Pineview Circle in Delray Beach. What matters to me most in this regard is this Palm Beach County Commission of Ethics. These are the final orders, and says the complaint alleges the respondent failed information on his DDA application in violation of a certain section called honesty in application for positions. This is the law, in my opinion, and I think he didn't follow the rule of law. And no man, to me, is above the law. And I'm just quoting from, like I said, the Palm Beach County Commission of Ethics. This, to me, would be the final position on this. And I personally don't think dishonesty should be rewarded. To me, that was the case here. And what gets me the most on this whole thing is the gentleman acknowledged his actions that violated the Palm Beach Code of Ethics. What more can you say? The man acknowledged that he violated the Code of Ethics. To me, this is an open and shut case. But sorry, I'm just facing the public. I know it's your call.
I would prefer if you addressed your comments to the dais.
I'm sorry. Let me start over again?
No, you're fine. We heard you.
No, but I apologize for that, Mr.
That's
Mayor.
fine.
Okay, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Platt.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Can I cross-examine him now, or should I?
That's actually what I was going to say. In
Yeah, I mean, if you wish to cross.
I have
yeah,
something
you
to
can-
just add about the foundation. The foundation was to raise funds, and it was through the sale of art at the museum. I don't know what you're talking about, the foundation. Sir, Mr. Rose, you have a wrong idea of what the foundation was. The foundation was just to raise funds for the old school square through the sale of art, through the sale of other things. So I just wanted to make that clear.
That's fine.
Thank you.
If you wish to, Mr. Platt, you wish to cross-examine
Yeah, I just have a
Mr.
couple
Platt. Okay.
So my question to you is, then why are we using the DDA office as the place of business for this corporation?
It's a nonprofit. No, it's a nonprofit and run by the DDA to raise money for the old school square, period.
And who at the DDA approved the use of the DDA office for your nonprofit?
The board of directors of the DDA.
Laura Simon?
The board of directors of the DDA. I didn't say Laura Simon. I said the board of directors of the DDA.
And when did that happen?
Approximately a year ago.
Even though this was just filed in February?
It took so long to get approved by the Secretary of State, sir.
Do you have a lease with the DDA?
No, it was a nonprofit of the DDA. I think you're taking this totally out of context.
I'm object to that statement, but thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
I'm sorry?
I have no further questions at this
Okay.
time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Platt.
Mayor, just for your edification, cross-examination is limited to 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Peter Arts. I live at 1746 Fern Forest Place here in Delray Beach, and I had the privilege of serving for 6 years on the Delray Beach Downtown Development Authority and approximately 3 years as the chairman of the board. One of the things I learned along the way in doing that is that credibility on the street is so important. Credibility on the street is generated by your actions and the policies that are put forward by the board. I believe that we can look back at what has happened, and the credibility on the streets may or may not have been jeopardized. That remains to be seen. But those of who will speak today may address their thoughts on that. But mine is that I agree with the Palm Beach County Commission on Ethics, which you and I served on the CRA when we were one of the first funders of that organization, that there was a violation. It was admitted, and I believe he should be removed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arts. Is there any cross-examining?
None.
Okay.
Mr. Rose, can you just make sure that mic is on?
Oh, yeah, I think it is.
Okay, thanks.
I turned it off. Testing.
Next.
Yep, thanks.
Hi, everybody. My name is Dr. Alan Costello. I own Big Al Steaks at 450 East Atlantic Avenue in downtown Delray. I was a board member of the Downtown Development Authority for 7 years, appointed 3 times by the board. We did many great things on the DDA, and we helped the businesses and the constituents in the downtown Delray business corridor. Of course, no organization is perfect, and there will always be issues in a fluid business environment. But a state-chartered organization, such as the Downtown Development Authority, cannot operate successfully if there are ethical questions as to its board membership. Integrity has to be number one, and the executive board must be beyond reproach. And in the 50 years that the Downtown Development Authority has operated, no questions of integrity have arisen up till now. There can be no exceptions to me, as Peter just said. It's not personal, it's not political, it's just factual. A man that lists on his application and admits that it was he made the error of ethics and was found culpable, that misled the very people who he purports to represent, and in perpetrating this falsehood denies fine, ethical, and qualified people the opportunity to serve in his place, deserves no special treatment other than removal and immediate removal from the position of authority that he most certainly does not deserve and has not earned, and usurped from someone with qualifications that could have benefited our city. I stand firm when I say that you as a commission, with many of you new on the board, congratulations, must show your own integrity and must show your resolve to stand fast and do the right thing as the ethics board and the ethics demand. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I do have a
Any
question.
cross-examine?
Yeah, thank you
Yes.
for your 7 years. So in the 7 years that you were on the DDA, how many projects were done for the Northwest Southwest area?
I'm unaware of that organization.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for all you do. My name is Rita Brana, 50 East Road, and I want to echo everything that we've heard so far. I think there was a bit of a deflection. If you falsify a record, that, to me, it seems to be grounds for removal. And I think that when you look at Delray Beach, Florida, right above us, All-American City. When you call Delray Beach, it talks and boasts about us winning the All-American City, and somebody falsifying information, admitting to it, and then us permitting that person to stay on an integral board for our tourism and our economic viability doesn't seem to make sense to me. So I'm hoping that we take all of this seriously, and as that gentleman said, it should not be anything other than a cut and dry. They could have waited until they were in a proper position to put in their application instead of falsifying the information. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have one question.
Stand by. Yeah.
Hi, you're under oath. Have you ever said anything disparaging about Mr. Burgess on social media?
Yes, I have.
Okay, thank you.
Because there was a reason for that. Because Mr. Burgess had threatened me to the point where I had to print out the information that he supplied to me and go to the police chief. And so, in my personal opinion, that's how I refer to him. So, excuse me.
Did you follow a restraining order, anything against him in the court of law?
I followed the direction of the police chief at that time.
Okay, and he was never arrested or charged with anything?
No, he was not.
Do you want to share with the board what you said about him?
I called him a thug.
So you don't think you can not be biased about this situation?
No, I'm not biased about this. Something that happened, whatever. He falsified information, so no deflection. There was
Thank
a
you
lie.
very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, everybody. A little tight. Christina. I run the tin roof on Atlantic Avenue. Yeah.
Last name?
Godbout, sorry. I'm always getting nervous up here. I run the tin roof on Atlantic
Address?
Avenue. I'm sorry?
Your address?
8 East Atlantic Avenue, Delray Beach.
Thank you.
No problem. I've been a member of the board of the DDA. I'm the vice chair. Happy to volunteer. Since I've been a member of the DDA, and even before joining the board, I recognized the responsibility of the DDA. It was help to bring business, entertainment, promote shopping, and enhancing the downtown. I'm very privileged to be a part of that. I really do love this city. I think Rick Burgess' past actions should definitely be addressed, but they shouldn't define his future. Members of the board don't do everything perfectly because it's a learning process, especially for me as well. Everyone deserves to contribute positively to their community. If someone doesn't do something properly or makes errors, I think people deserve second chances. I think Rick should get that opportunity. Thank you.
I have no questions.
Okay.
Hi, everybody. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So I'm Tennille Gross, excuse me, 2567 Dorson Way.
Congratulations on your wedding.
Thank you. It was amazing. He put a ring on it. Okay. So I want to say a couple things. So I've known Rick, and I'm probably not for majority of the people here, but I'm going to tell you how it is, and it doesn't matter. So I'm the HR director. I've been the HR director for 20 years, including the city of Delray Beach. And we make decisions, including our wonderful city manager and our wonderful city attorney makes decisions on people's actions. People make mistakes, they get second chances. We don't outright fire somebody when they make a mistake. There's a progressive discipline and so forth. If he did do something wrong, we should give him a second chance. Not just because, he's Rick, is because it's the right thing to do. It's not always black and white. It's what his heart is into this board. If he's removed, can somebody tell me on the DDA who's going to make changes or do something for the Northwest Southwest? I don't live in that area, but in my opinion, the DDA hasn't done much in that area, and that's a shame. And Rick does a lot of fighting for that area. So I just asked my previous person that I ran against, which I love you dearly, and the mayor and commissioners and Rob to, give him a second chance. He shouldn't just be kicked off the board. I do believe political has something to do with this. Politics are extremely ugly, believe me, I know. But I will say, and Dan, I don't like you, but I like you now. I didn't like him at first, but I will say, give him a chance, please. Give him a second chance. Thank you.
Any cross-examination?
Yeah, congratulations, by the way.
Oh, thank you. You want to
And-
cross-examine me?
Yeah. it's
You
fine.
sure?
I know we don't see eye to eye. But, all is right in this world because we can agree and disagree.
That's true.
So I have just two questions for you. From your experience with the Northwest Southwest, obviously you were. How much programming has the DDA provided for?
I don't know of any.
And you're aware the prior person that testified said he didn't even hear of he never heard of the
Which
Northwest
is a shame,
Southwest.
because if you're sitting on a board like a DDA, you should know.
So,
DDA, you should know.
do you know
something.
of any board members on the DDA right now that live in the Northwest Southwest?
No, I don't.
And do you think it's equitable that the owners of those properties in Northwest Southwest that pay taxes to the DDA have no representation and they have they get no programming out of their tax dollars? Do you think that's equitable?
No, I think that's unfair.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gross.
It's gross.
I corrected myself. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sandra Desalon, the founder of Desi Second Chance, address 11545 Old Ocean Boulevard, 33435. Sorry, I couldn't remember my zip code. I come here tonight to tell a quick story about this past year. Desi Second Chance basically was not allowed to go back to the green market after 17 years. Going every Saturday to the green market. I approached the manager of the green market. I approached Renee, the director. Hey, what's going on? Hey, what's going on? I approached the past mayor, Shelley. Spoke to her on the phone a few times. I went to the DDA and spoke in front of you all at the DDA, and Mr. Burgess stuck his neck out for the homeless animals. I'm not sure if this is appropriate place to say all this, but I'm an animal lover. I eat, drink, and sleep animals. I am Palm Beach Animal Care, Desi Second Chance is Palm Beach Animal Care and Control stray holding partner. We're under a very strict contract. There's only 4 of us under that contract. We had nowhere to showcase these homeless animals that are dying. That we were asked, basically, we weren't going back to the green market this year after 16 or 17 years. And Mr. Burgess actually stood up in front of a meeting. Well, he didn't stand up. He sat there in front of this meeting and basically said, hey, what's going on, y'all? There's space there at the green market. Let's see what we can do to keep these animals, out there being adopted. So no matter what happens here tonight, Mr. Burgess, from my heart to you, thank you. Thank you so much for helping us get our animals back on the streets again, and they let us come back, actually, to the green market this year, so thank you.
Thank you. Got any second?
I have one question regarding the green market. Do you feel that Mr. Burgess speaking out on your behalf for you to have space there has hurt you more than helped you get space at the green market?
Well, it helped us because he spoke in front of that whole meeting, and then they had Renee come down. Renee, who's the director of the Green Market, come down and talk to us at that meeting and took us into a room. And then we didn't get back in there for a while. It was almost just under 2 months before we got back there. This is after 16, 17 years. They just booed us out.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Hi, I'm Roberta Zeisman at 5661 Via Delray in Delray Beach, and I'm a board member of Desi Second Chance Animal Rescue for the past 5 years, and I'm going to reiterate a little bit of what Sandra Desolin just said, but my point or my focus really is that I don't know Mr. Burgess personally at all, but I know that he stood up for our organization when we needed it and when others weren't standing up, and that he supported the relationship of nonprofit organizations that benefit the community to the community. And it was a shock to me when Sandra Desolin told me as a board member that we weren't going to be allowed back at the green market. And my comment to her was really, what we do so much with the community. We are a community organization. We do community education. We have partnerships with the police. We have the Palm Beach County. I don't understand this. And when asked about the proceedings that where we were hoping to be heard, what I learned was that Mr. Burgess was one of the few who stood up and spoke clearly about the importance of nonprofit organizations to this community and to the Delray Beach community. And I was very impressed by that and appreciated it. And I believe that his advocacy really did help us return to the green market, and we are very pleased to be there. Thank you. Oh, do you have anything?
No questions. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Sandy Zeller, 209 Northwest 12th Street, Delray Beach. I'm here to speak in support of the removal of Rick Burgess from the board. I've served on a number of boards for this city. It's been my privilege to do that. Planning and Zoning, CRA, DDA, and the Affordable Housing Council. Mr. Rose makes his arguments as to why Mr. Burgess should be able to stay on the board. The fact of the matter is, as was stated in your staff report, that there has to be there has to be good cause to remove him. Well, I respectfully submit that lying on your application, falsifying your application is good cause. When you join one of those boards, you have to take this ethics course that the County Ethics Committee requires. We can't ignore that. If he's doing all this good and wants to go back on the board, let him go back on the board. Let him show his good faith by doing something, but to support the community. What we're talking about here, and we can't let the issue be obfuscated. We can't let the findings of the Palm Beach County Ethics Committee go unnoticed. That commission said that they found there was clear and convincing evidence contained within the record to support a finding that the violation was intentional and that the respondent acknowledged his actions violated the Palm Beach Code of Ethics. That's important. He acknowledged it. He admitted it. That's fine. If he had any decency, he'd just resign from the board and apply at a later time after he stood up for it. What he's asking the commission to do at this point, after his counsel blamed everybody but Mr. Burgess for his falsification, his knowing and intentional falsification, is that it's a matter of integrity. A number of other speakers said that. It's a matter of this commission's integrity to determine whether or not that's sufficient good cause. I would submit to you that it is sufficient good cause because it's Mr. Burgess's big lie. He repeated the lie when he came to the commission, the Ethics Commission, and they asked him about it. He repeated that lie. When he was asked about his newfound tenancy with Menon Corporation,
I'm holding people to the deadline because this is a...
Okay. I do have a cross-examination.
Yes, of course.
Mr. Zeller, were you ever removed by law enforcement during a planning and zoning board
Pardon
meeting?
me?
Were you ever removed by law enforcement during a planning and zoning board meeting?
No.
You're under oath, right?
I am under oath.
Okay, so you're going to state under oath today that you were never removed by law enforcement during any meeting?
Mayor, that's been asked and answered.
I'm sorry?
It's been asked and answered.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Jelen can
You're
verify.
excused.
Can I answer that question?
Yes,
Ms.
sir.
Jelen can verify that they were asked at a commission meeting, should he be removed? Ms. Jelen said no. I was not removed. It's just another obfuscation to try and cover up and shade the truth of the matter.
Thank you, Mr. Zeller. Any other testimony?
Hello, everyone. I'm Laura Simon, the Downtown Development Authority Director. And just wanted to answer some of the comments that were brought up, as well as have some of my own comments as well to about the current situation that we've been dealing with for over almost a year exactly. It was April 14th when first emails went back and forth about our openings coming up, 4 openings on the DDA board, which is a huge part of we're a 7-member board. So 4 openings is pretty significant. So for us, that is a very important thing. As a director for the past 8 years, it's been and part of this organization since 2010, and a lifelong member of this community. It's very important for us to oversee that part of that process. So some of the comments that were brought up were really regarding, and I'll address, is about the one. First, I'm going to talk about the Old School Square Foundation, the 501c3. This was part of our proposal to the City Commission when we did a workshop at the golf course in October of 22. As part of our plan as a team and as an organization with the board at the time and the team to present as a way for us to offset taxpayer dollars by creating a fund, a nonprofit, which the board with the leadership of Al Costello wanted to create a 501c3, which many downtown development authorities have nonprofit arms, and as well business improvement districts do, to help offset taxpayer dollars and to do more to reinvest back into the district. So that has been an initiative that's been ongoing for probably the past 4 years, but with this we created the opportunity to create the foundation, which was my father, Roy Simon, was one of the original founding members of the foundation back in 1986, when the Old School Square was saved and moving forward into creating that saving of and reestablishing that as an art center. So it seemed fitting to have someone with the history and the knowledge to be part of that foundation, to sit as a separate entity, a separate board, and we are growing that board. It did take a long process. We had a nonprofit that was part of that as well. I'm running out of time, but I just want to just address where we are today. And it's about representation of the thousands of taxpayers that are part of our Downtown Development Authority district that reinvest taxpayer or that pay tax into this district. And it's really important that we note that I have minutes from September 11th meeting where there was a very strong discussion, and I know that's part of the record of comments that were made by Mr. Burgess, really saying that he was vetted based on his position at 110. So, sorry I ran out of time.
Nope,
I have
thank
more
you very
things to
much.
say. Thanks.
Any cross-examination?
Cross-examination. I'm gonna let
Okay.
Mr. Burgess. I can do that.
Great.
I have a couple of questions for Ms. Simon. First of all, since you're under oath and you're on a record, before I was even nominated for the DDA board, did you approach anyone in the city staff about my application being removed to such board? It's a yes or no question.
No.
Never went to anyone in the city staff. Never
be
had a
re-
meeting
To be removed.
to have my application removed.
No.
Yes or no?
No.
Okay. Second question. In the 8 years you're the director of the DDA board, the $8 million in taxpayer money that's been allocated from the city commission, basically the taxpayer district, how much of that money has been reinvested in the northwest, southwest neighborhoods west of Atlantic Avenue?
So taxpayer, the additional millage, the 1 mil comes from the properties that are within that district, which in
West of Swinton is part of the DDA district, correct?
Yes, right.
What
So it's
events have
part of
been
the
held west of Swinton?
It's west of Swinton, and it
Mhm.
is West Atlantic Avenue. So we currently hold several events. The number offhand, I'd have to go back and look at it, but I can tell you just recently, we've moved, we've done art and jazz on the avenue now 3 times in that district, bringing thousands of people to that area. We've done the Caribbean Festival. We did that, and we did that on Libby Plaza and Atlantic Avenue, on 5th Avenue. We've done events at Spady. We've actually reinvested thousands of dollars in lighting, banners, and other amenities to both the holiday lighting, partnered with the CRA on holiday lighting to establish a holiday event there in that area. So
You're out of time.
I have, okay.
Thank you very much, Ms.
Thank-
Simon.
You're welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Mavis Benson, 800 Greenswood Court. I'm a resident and a merchant in the Downtown Development Authority District. In 2023, there were 4 DDA board seats to be filled. At a time when other boards were lacking applications, for the DDA board to have 20-plus applicants was pretty amazing. If you read through the applications, several of them were quite impressive. Those expressed on their applications a full understanding of the responsibilities, expectations, and a commitment to the giving of time and expertise, a genuine desire to serve. The applicant now being questioned was not one of these. The reputation of the board relies on the integrity of its members. Through his actions, the applicant being questioned, integrity is an issue. What I'd like to know today is the why. Why was it necessary to change the date for the appointments? This raised a red flag on the whole situation. It raised concerns about transparency and fairness of the existing process. Why rush? If there was no seat for a non-tax qualification, why not just accept that and simply wait? If there is a pure desire to serve, why not make certain the application stays on file, which it does for 2 years? In the meantime, while you're waiting, why not let your actions show your desire and commitment by attending meetings when possible or volunteering? Why lie on the application and then again to fellow board members? We live in a time where high-profile individuals do really stupid things and get caught. Of course, what do? They deny, 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 and then the pictures and witnesses prove the truth. When they do prove it true, how many of us say, why don't they just admit it right away? It's the right thing to do. Sure, we may question their integrity going forward, but you can have some respect for them doing the right thing. Again, for this applicant, honesty was not the case. And why make threatening comments towards the executive director? This questions furthers the intentions and agendas. This is the big why. It was highly inappropriate and questions the professionalism and suitability for the DDA board. No, I was not there when that comment was made, but it was reported to me. Why are these questions of a legal high-level concern? It's about what's at stake. When decisions are being made on behalf of the taxpayers, trust is paramount. For the most part, this is a new commission.
Thank you.
Could I just finish my paragraph? Okay.
Please.
At any time during Mr. Burgess's application before he was nominated, did you have any meetings requesting that his application be pulled?
No.
Okay. You currently have an application pending for the DDA, and you actually tried to apply for a third term.
I did.
Yeah, even though you're not eligible, you still try to get on the board, right?
If you go back, may I
Yeah,
go into
4/11/23
that?
you applied. Yep.
Yeah. My application's been on file, okay? I was eligible as far as we knew during that term, okay? For the years prior to that, we had DDA board members that were allowed to continue to serve. The rule had not been enforced.
So wait. So hold on, because I only have 2 minutes. So you're telling the commission today that we never enforced the rules and let people serve more than 2 terms.
No,
That's
they
okay.
were.
All right,
No.
I got 2 more questions because I'm running out of time. So despite the fact that you're ineligible for the DDA for 1 year, which would be probably July of this year, you still have an application pending, yes or no?
I do.
Okay, thank
and
you.
this
Now,
is
now,
the
now,
year
no,
that I
please,
would
only
be
have a minute.
eligible.
Okay.
I only have a minute, please, and I'm trying to be cordial. The last question I have is, do you know what hearsay is?
I do know what
So
hearsay is.
you wrote a letter that you basically claimed that Rick was essentially, in my opinion, a terrorist because you heard someone say something to someone, which is hearsay. So based on hearsay, which is yes or no, which is something you didn't hear, you then wrote a letter last week to the commission supporting his removal, where you basically said that you feared for your life based on what someone else told you that he said. Yes or no?
And did
yes or no?
I say? I said I was not there,
Thank
but
you.
it was
No further
reported
questions.
to
Okay.
me.
Okay, it's hearsay. Thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Are there any others?
Well, this has been interesting. Suzanne Boyd, Director of Marketing for the Downtown Development Authority. Interestingly enough, it is the three-year anniversary of my mom's death. And I've been told by a couple of people that it's inappropriate for me to stand up and speak against a DDA board member. But my mom had a hard time speaking up for herself. And so I think it's important that, that I speak up. This was not a mistake. This was not someone that's trying to do good for the downtown. This was a politically motivated plan. And in July, in our board meeting, when Mr. Burgess led the charge to get our attorney fired because he said there was a witch hunt, which it turns out he was actually lying the entire time, left that board meeting and said, and I quote, "This is not over, this is Marjorie Ferrer 2.0. So I am really shocked that the DDA is on trial right now, because the DDA is an amazing organization, and that's the other thing. It is an organization. It is a credible and amazing organization that does so much for our downtown. The other thing that my mom always said to me was, Suzanne, just do the next right thing. And so I'm asking every single one of you to do the right thing tonight. I think you know what the right thing is. Thank you.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Sure, I have a question. You've been involved in the DDA for how long?
For 2 years.
Okay. Do you know the reason why I made that statement about Marjorie Ferreira?
I know who Marjorie Ferrer
Do
was.
you know why I made that statement?
I know who Marjorie Ferrer
Okay,
was.
well, I spoke with many elected prior officials and present elected officials when I got on the board at first, and the reason why there was a request to remove Marjorie Ferreira from the DDA board
It's Ferrer.
is because of the fact she didn't follow what the rules were. So it was good enough to keep her, but anyone else they could get rid of. And at the time, Mayor Glickstein, I think, said he would dissolve the DDA if the DDA didn't shape up.
So is that your goal, to dissolve the DDA?
You see, my goal is accountability. And if you go back and look at our minutes of the meetings and anything that is in them,
that's great.
all
If your goal is accountability,
all I've done
then you
is
should be held
complimented.
accountable for what you did.
All
You
I've
lied to
done-
get on this board.
All I've done-
No applause, please. Please, you're not going to have that kind of demonstration here.
All I've done
Please
is
let
complimented.
him ask the
You
question, and then
lied
you may
to get
reply.
on this board
Okay.
intentionally.
Sure. All I've done is complimented the DDA executive director and the staff when they were doing things.
You have
that are
done
important.
nothing but fight us. You have made
Yeah.
our job so difficult over the last year.
I'm not
It
sure
is
this is
unbelievable.
cross-examination.
I just have one question for Cross. You've been on the DDA for 3 years. How many
Two.
projects? Two. Thank you for your service. How many projects have occurred in the northwest-southwest corridor?
We have had art and jazz 3 times. We specifically moved those to West Atlantic Avenue because we wanted to highlight that neighborhood. We've been involved with replacing all of the set banners. We're working on new lighting on Northwest Southwest Fifth Avenue. As far as the boxing gym, I've done multiple promotions there. So I don't know what that was about with the boxing gym.
Clarify that. The only promotion they did is we had Matchroom. the largest
That's not
promotion
part of
show
your
up,
cross.
And they came for a photo moment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Boyd.
They've done nothing for us.
Hi,
Mr.
Albert
Richwagon.
Albert Richwagon, 298 Northeast 6th Avenue. Lifetime resident of Delray, past DDA board member. I think it's sad that the DDA is on trial where this is just a total distraction from what they really do. When I was a DDA board member, I was also appointed by the DDA to be on WARC, West Atlantic Redevelopment Coalition. We've done many, many things in the Western District. I think that we should really take a step back and appreciate what they do. They've done nothing wrong. They shouldn't be on trial here. Mr. Burgess should take a step back also and evaluate what he's doing and how much of a distraction he's causing for our city and for all the things that the DDA has done and is doing every week. It's pretty sad. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Richwagon.
I have no questions for you. We talk all the time. See you tomorrow.
Have you signed in and have you been sworn?
Yeah, I was sworn in. I've been here the whole time. Aaron Halliburton, manager, owner, Luna Rosa. So here's what happened.
Address.
9667 Caliandra Drive. Here's what happened. You got 4 new members put on the board at the same time, right? DDA was rolling in the direction they've been going in for this long period of time. I get on there, Rick gets on there, Christina gets on there, and Cole gets on there. I have to say that I ask questions, right? Like, why is this broke? How come this isn't fixed? What are we doing over here? Why are the homeless people over here? While their focus is Old School Square, I get it. They've been rolling in that direction. We get in there and we kind of cease it because now we're asking questions that I want to know about as a taxpayer. How come this is happening? How come this is happening? And we're not identifying that. Rick has been the biggest promoter of north side of Swinton than anybody else in that group has been, 100%. I should be more supportive, but he does more. I think this is ridiculous. He messed up on the application, however you want to look at it. He's been here almost 9 months. If you look at all the minutes from the last 8 meetings we've had, it's always been the same thing. What about homeless? What about clean? What about other side of Swinton, right? The whole time. He addresses it more than anybody. And then we get back to how much we've accomplished at Old School Square. And I get it. They worked hard to put Old School Square where it's at, right? And after this, whatever what happens, I think the DDA and the commission, we need to have a sit down and talk about how do we work together, right? Because the DDA wants to continue to move on to Old School Square, and you were here at the meeting last week, I don't think we can support it without not taking care of the other taxpayers in the DDA area, because they're going to ask you for more staff, which means more money. Our focus is lost as far as the direction our mission says we're supposed to go. So I got to say that I think the board's good, because you should be bumping heads, right? Maybe they bump a little bit harder, but if we all agreed on the same thing, we get nothing accomplished. So I appreciate you having me here. I love Delray, and I'll do everything I can for Delray, and that's it.
Thank you, Mr.
I have
Alpert.
one
Any
question.
cross-examination?
I have one question, and Ms. Burgess has one question. It should be quick. Do you think it's equitable that the Northwest-Southwest community pays taxes towards the formation of the DDA in their budget and has no representation?
I think it's totally messed up.
Thank you very much.
One question from him.
Well, we're obviously here today in front of the commission, but in multiple meetings, were you upset or taken back by the comments made during the meetings by DDA staff that we don't answer to the commission, we don't follow what the commission says, we're self-governing, okay, and we base everything we do on the taxpayers' dollars of the DDA district?
Yes.
So do you honestly feel that the DDA is providing the same service west of Swinton on
Not at all.
Atlantic to Old School Square?
Not at all.
Do you feel the events, there are enough of them west of Swinton on Atlantic Avenue?
Not at all.
Okay. So if a self-governing agency doesn't rely on the commission to do anything, nor takes their input for anything, why would they go to commission to remove a board member? Why? Because they have the opportunity to. Just like a prior board member said today, I applied for the board for a third term because it was allowed. So if the last name was different or a political affiliation was different, do you think the outcome would be different?
I hate to say yes, but yes.
Thank you.
So I still got 26 seconds left.
No, you've
Well, can we just please get together when this is all done and work this whole thing out, because this is ridiculous.
Thank you, Mr. Halliburton.
Thank you.
No other comments?
Somebody's standing up.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you back there.
Thank you. Yes. My name is Suzanne Parado. I have a couple of restaurants in Pineapple Grove. 200 Northeast 2nd Avenue, Delray Bistro is one. I don't know Mr. Burgess. I really don't, but I have friends that I think know you. And
Actually, you do know me. I fixed your car.
yeah, you fixed, and
Yeah.
your
So you
Francesca
know me.
collected the money. Yeah,
Thank you.
I remember that very well.
Did I give you a good price?
We'll talk about that later.
Yeah.
So
You're under oath.
yes, sir. Better not say anything. What I'm confused by is that if you admit that you did make a mistake on your application, I don't think it was a mistake. You admitted that you did it intentionally. I don't understand how that can be allowed. I don't think you're a bad person, and I'm not here to judge you at all. I just do think that there are rules. And being part of this city and having a restaurant here for 18 years, it means a lot to me to make sure that we're all following the rules like I have to constantly, and we're always being watched. And the DDA, the question about Old School Square, why is there so much focus in Old School Square? Because it is a bridge between all of the communities. So, all of the merchant meetings are all inclusive. There's always inclusivity. There's always an outreach to every single part of the city. I've never seen it where it's just for just this one a little tight niche area. I know that my personal conversations with Laura Simon are about how do we bridge? How do we get everyone together? And she's come up with some really great ideas, and so has some other amazing members. I just see them as being such an incredible force for us and a strength to unite us and to bridge us. And Old School Square is a place for everyone to celebrate, not just whoever you might think that there's some political strange thing going on. I don't even know how politics gets into the DDA. And I understand that you're also, Mr. Rose, that you're saying that the DDA is not capable of removing Mr. Burgess. We need the commissioners. So I think if they could, they would have done it already. And no offense to you, Mr. Burgess. So that's what I want to say. I hope I made my point clear that I know what the DDA is about, and I've experienced many, many positive things with them, and I just am confused that anybody would turn this conversation into a question about the DDA. I think it's a question about ethics, and I appreciate your time. Congratulations, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any
Yeah, I just have one
cross-examination?
Oh,
question.
yes, please.
Your restaurants are amazing, by the way.
Thank you, sir.
The only question is, you have restaurants downtown, obviously in the DDA district. Why haven't you ever opened one up in the northwest, southwest area?
What? Do you want to pay for it?
I can get investors.
I
CRA. Just-
mean,
you would?
yeah.
Okay.
If you are you kidding me?
I'm holding you to it. Okay.
100% would do that. As a matter of fact, I can't say who I'm speaking to, but I have been consulting for someone that is going to open up a restaurant
Fantastic.
in that very area. So
That's great to hear. No, I
yes,
just was curious. Thank you.
it's going to be amazing, by the way,
It always
and
is.
it's going to be the
Thank you
name
very
might
much.
be the bridge, actually.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your name. Thank you.
Hurry up, swear me in.
It's like a Ginzu knife commercial. Wait, there's more. So. I'm sorry.
I do.
You were here earlier, but have you been sworn?
I'm trying.
Okay.
Swear me in.
All right. By the authority vested in me as a notary of the state of
Do I
Florida,
raise
do
my
you
hand too?
swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. George Long, 46 North Swenton. I live across from Old School Square, so I see what goes on over there. I don't have statistics in front of me and dates, but I do see more diverse groups showing up there over the last years. People who predominantly might live in the west of Swenton Avenue. I can tell when they're there. The music is great. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have nothing.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're gonna...
Oh, yeah.
No cross. You're good. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Okay, we allotted an hour for all of this part, so we're through that period. So with respect to all, we're going to move on here.
I do have a question. Will Mr. Burgess be allowed to talk, or was his time allocated like 15 minutes?
That's up to the commission. They do have an opportunity for rebuttal, and so they can use that however they wish.
I think he just wants to make a closing statement, if that's okay. How much, can you give him 3 minutes?
Not even a minute.
A minute.
I just wanted to thank everyone tonight. Even the people who came out to criticize me, I'm flattered. If you occupy space in your brain, I'm impressed by that. Those who came out and spoke on my behalf, thank you very much. This year I was nominated and received an award from our president, Joseph R. Biden. It's a Lifetime Achievement Award. I'm going to have Daniel read the statement. He's not going to include the person's name who has been a pillar of this community and instrumental in building this community. And this person, too, has had highs and lows of life. Wrongfully accused of things at times, wrongfully not given a credit on times. So I'm going to have Daniel read this statement quick.
In the 15 years I've known Rick Burgess, I've known him to be a very professional small businessman. He involves himself in his companies and all things Delray. He values his community and gives back to it at every opportunity, especially if underprivileged children are in need. Rick is the perfect example of what civic and charitable involvement should be in our town. He's very humble and looks for no recognition for his efforts. Rick believes that giving back is just what you do, no questions asked. I'm proud to know Rick Burgess, and Delray is blessed to have him as part of their community. Thank you. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you both for appearing.
We're done. So,
Okay.
Thank you.
Nothing.
So now we go to the commission for comments. Who would like to start?
I'd be happy to start. I just came off of a 6-month campaign to sit up on the dais, and one of the pillars of my campaign was law and order. It's not surprising given the work that I do with the FBI. Mr. Burgess lied about his address, which made him tax non-qualified, period. I always come down on the side of honesty and integrity, and those traits were not demonstrated here. There has to be consequences. If there are no consequences, that means you have no rules.
Okay. Mr. Long?
First of all, I want to thank everyone who came tonight. I've heard a lot from a lot of folks on both sides of this issue. I think and I want to thank all the folks who reached out too. It's unfortunate that this new commission has to kind of deal with something so politically polarizing in our city right after an election cycle. I know people are tired of all the fighting, and this has been a big issue yet again. So it is unfortunate, but it is an important issue. I don't want to diminish the importance of it. Sorry, I may sort of lose my voice during this, so bear with me. I'm fighting a bit of a sinus infection. But I just wanted to ask, Ms. Gelland, has anyone ever been removed from the DDA in its history? Has the commission ever removed anyone?
I did a search and I wasn't able to find anything, but it was a limited search on Granicus to see if there was any type of removal. I couldn't find anything.
So as far as we know, this would be the first time this has ever happened. It's kind of a historic moment, I guess, if we go down that path. A couple other questions, just for clarity. Is Mr. Burgess currently considered tax qualified? In other words, was the issue he was reprimanded for, has that been subsequently resolved?
Yes, the location of his office is in a tax qualified district within the DDA, yes.
Okay. And has there ever been any evidence that Mr. Burgess neglected his duty as a DDA board member while he's been serving?
I mean, not that I'm aware of. So.
I haven't seen or heard any. And has Mr. Burgess been convicted of a crime since serving?
No, and just to be clear, an ethics violation does not count. Admitting to it is not a conviction. A conviction is defined in Florida law as something that is handed down by the court.
Right.
And so this is an ethics violation. He did admit to it, and he settled it. But it is not I think the language in the code is conviction for a crime of moral turpitude. And so this would not qualify as that.
Got it. And that's why I'm asking these questions. I'm trying to identify if the language in the House bill, if we're kind of following along with that, if we meet that criteria. And by the way, I do want to mention that there is a history of ethics complaints being used politically up here. We actually passed a rule about that last year regarding refund, or basically someone who files a frivolous ethics complaint being I'm just saying that in general, they have been used politically in the past. I'm not saying that's what was done here. I'm just saying that these things happen a lot with these ethics complaints. So I do just want to go over what the language from House Bill 299 is, and just remind everyone, that's the bill that created the DDAs in 1971. So I'm just going to quote a quick excerpt from that includes the criteria for removal. That's the City Commission may remove a member of the authority for good cause, including willful neglect of duty, incompetence, or unfitness to perform his or her duty, or conviction of an offense involving moral turpitude. A member so removed shall be entitled to review by the Circuit Court of the action taken. So just to sort of break that down real quick, I don't believe we have any evidence of willful neglect of duty, incompetence, and as Ms. Gillen just said, we don't have a conviction of any kind. Now, those are the criteria for removal, the written ones. However, we're not necessarily tied to only those reasons. We know that, right? Ms. Gillen stated that at the beginning. However, it was clearly the intent of the language of the bill to only remove members based on their behavior while serving on the board. That's all that's mentioned specifically in the bill language. And keep in mind, we would be in uncharted waters here if we were to remove Mr. Burgess, because it's never been done, let alone for a reason that lacks specific reliance on the language of the law. I just wanted to ask, again, Ms. Gillen, if we were to remove Mr. Burgess and he decided to appeal this, would you have to seek outside counsel in that case, or is that something you could handle in-house?
Typically, this isn't the run-of-the-mill trip and fall negligence case. We would probably seek outside counsel, yes.
Okay, and there would be an expense tied to that.
Yes.
It would effectively be litigation.
It would be litigation,
Right.
yes.
Now, if we voted to remove Mr. Burgess tonight and he did appeal, would he be removed at the conclusion of that appeal process or right away?
Honestly, I would have to do research into that. The court might issue a stay, which would allow him to. This is very novel, and you don't see. It would be a petition for writ of certiorari to the Circuit Court of Palm Beach County, and so those are treated like municipal appeals. I would have to probably research that as to what course of action would be taken.
Got
He
it.
would have 30 days to file an appeal.
And this litigation process could take a long time potentially, given the speed of typical litigation that we deal with.
Unfortunately, yes, appeals take a long time.
Okay.
I mean, litigation takes a long time.
All right. So there's been a lot of talk, just in general, lately from all of us about fulfilling campaign promises, right? And I respect that. One of mine was to do whatever I could to settle lawsuits in the city, and keep us out of avoidable ones. Because at the time I was running, we had a lot of lawsuits, and so that was a big topic of discussion. Let me be clear, if the Ethics Commission could have recommended removal, had they done that, I'd vote in favor of removal tonight. If Mr. Burgess still wasn't tax qualified, I'd vote for removal. But my question is, should we risk litigation and likely money spent on outside counsel to solve a problem that's effectively already been solved? He's tax qualified currently. Further, if the commission votes to remove, it seems like there's a possibility Mr. Burgess might not even be removed till after the appeal process is complete, which could be, frankly, the rest of his term for all we know. So we're in litigation and we haven't even accomplished the goal of removing Mr. Burgess, which, see, if that's a possibility, I don't know how, anyway. So I just want to review real quick and then I'll wrap up because I know there's a lot more. The rest of my colleagues, I'm sure, are chomping at the bit here. As I mentioned, I don't think we meet the criteria for removal as stated in House Bill 299. If we do vote to remove, I believe we're walking into a lawsuit. It's not a sure thing Mr. Burgess would be removed during that subsequent litigation. We're setting a precedent that the commission will remove DDA members, which is something that's never been done before, over an issue not explicitly stated anywhere in the rules, which I think is a dangerous precedent. And I do think we're throwing gas on the fire of an already very politically divisive issue in the city. That's my personal opinion. I think this forum should be used to reprimand Mr. Burgess, as he did make a mistake here, just like the Ethics Commission did. I think all the issues that came up tonight should be considered if Mr. Burgess were to file for reappointment on this board or others. However, I will not be supporting a motion for removal based on the reasons that I stated, but I do respect the varying perspectives of my colleagues and ultimately yield to the commission on this matter. Thank you.
Yes,
Can I go?
you may
Okay.
go.
So it's already been verified that the Ethics Committee made a finding and not a recommendation. And they found that there was clear and convincing evidence contained within the record to support a finding that the violation was intentional and that the respondent had acknowledged that his actions violated the Palm Beach County Code of Ethics. I think that a significant breach of trust has occurred, and the integrity of the appointment process may be in jeopardy. And I'm very concerned about that. There is a quote in the report that I want to read that resonates with me. The people's confidence in their government is eroded when they perceive that official actions may be based upon private goals rather than the public welfare. And it contributes to the erosion of public confidence and confirms the opinion of those who believe the worst about local government and public officials and employees. This is a very unfortunate situation. However, the finding, our job was to find if there was cause, and I think that this constitutes cause, in my opinion. Very unfortunate, and I just want to say that one thing that I learned about all of the testimony here today is that we have a lot of people that care, and I appreciate that. And I just want to say to Mr. Burgess that I appreciate your advocacy for work in the Northwest, Southwest area and all the work that you have done. However, I do feel that there is cause here.
Commissioner Casal?
Well, you're the attorney here, sitting here, so I can let you go first and scoop up anything afterwards that you don't cover. I'm sure you'll get it all.
I think the chair will exercise his prerogative to go last.
Okay. Oh, fine. Thank you. I was sorry. So I thank you, everybody, for speaking, coming in. Some things concern me. Are we allowed to ask questions to Mr. Rose and Mr. Burgess?
Yes.
I think yes.
Thanks. So, Mr. Rose, you provided this affidavit. What was the point in this document that you provided?
There was mitigation that was not provided to the Ethics Commission, and we actually have asked to reopen the case, and I made the
What?
Ms. Jelen.
Okay, so it's from Neil
The issue was
DeJesus.
is that
What's
originally,
the-
when he applied, he was going to move into the Menon building. That was made clear. That was application number 1.
Okay.
Then he decided, which was in my presentation, that he was to go into the Caruso building, which is where the tax, which he has now, so he's compliant. That was approved. Now, you have to remember, the city clerk, every step of the way, he explained the situation. I'm not going to the Menon building. I'm going to this address, and that's why the application was changed.
When did he explain that to the city clerk?
I think it was application 2. When
Which
he
was-
revised his application.
What date was that?
I don't have it. I would defer to the dates of the application in your
Could you
file.
let me know what date that was?
So there's 3 applications. The
Saying application 2, which was when he gave us the 110.
I think I don't want to testify that because I don't have the record. I
She's
think
got
Ms.
the record.
Right, Ms.
Give you
Jelen can.
copies if you'd like.
It's okay. You can.
So the 3 applications that I was provided, one is dated March 28th of 2023. That listed 475 Southeast First Avenue as the business address. The next application was May 12th, 2023. That application listed 110 East Atlantic Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a third, and unfortunately, the only difference I can tell, and I don't know if Kateri would know, is that it appears that there is a printout from the property appraiser that's attached to it, but other than that, I don't really see.
So
a
you're saying at
significant
some point in May, he realized he wasn't going to be at the 110, and then he was going to be at the other location?
Correct.
Okay, and this affidavit is to confirm that, in fact, at some point in May, he realized he was not going to be at 110?
Correct.
Okay, but this affidavit, you're an attorney, is not notarized, right?
That's all I received. I can get a notarized copy. It was a
Okay.
rush job.
So
Again.
this is where I get super confused. There was
Okay.
a lease produced for him,
Correct.
May 15th, dated,
Correct.
and it says for 1,000 square feet.
Correct.
There's no 1,000 square foot unit in that building.
Well, I think I could have I mean, if we go to litigation, which it looks to be a 4-1 vote here, I'm sure we can address that in time.
Okay, so the lease is created May 15th for a unit size that does not exist in the building for Mr. Burgess.
I wasn't there. I can't speculate.
Okay, and then in August, so May 15th, he knows he's not going to be at 110. You just said that. Yet in August, he filled a form out with the state of Florida, claiming to be at that address. And I'll just say to you, and you don't have to say any more for your client's benefit, that was by perjury. It's a 3rd-degree felony to provide false information to the state of Florida under Florida statute 817.155. So well after he knew he was not going to be at 110, he went on the state's website and filled out a form claiming he was at that address, which is illegal by the Florida statutes.
That's your opinion. I'm not here to testify.
Well, you
those
just
events.
testified to that, and the information is right on the state website.
So-
that
so
you
let me-
provide the information falsely, it is a 3rd-degree felony in the state of Florida.
Okay, if that's your opinion, you're entitled to it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I expressed my concerns. I did not appreciate the idea that people were saying that this is politics or a vendetta. And because the question for us is, how do we protect the integrity of our process going forward? And when you talk about setting a precedent, Mr. Rose, you're correct. It is setting a precedent. But if we let him stay on, what we're saying is you can lie on our applications, and then if eventually you correct it, or the Commission on Ethics finds that you did violate and lied, or something else happens, we forgive you. So how do we protect ourselves in the future? That would be the precedent we'd be setting.
So as I stated in my arguments, there are applications of people that are sitting on boards right now that have the same issues as Mr. Burgess's application. Some of them are your allies. So my question is, if I present those applications to the City Commission, because obviously it's going to be a 4-1 vote. Looks like to remove him. Will you do the same? Will you all, right now, as a commission as a whole, unified, say, Mr. Rose, when you bring all these applications in, to which I'll provide to Ms. Jelen that have inaccuracies and everything else, and they're on both sides, so there's no political agenda here, and they might have been corrected where, mistaken this. Will you all, since you're going to obviously remove him, will you all agree that you will do the same, or is it a two-tiered system where, depending on what side of the political aisle you are, is going to depend on? So do you, Ms. Cassell?
I would say to you,
As the chair, it's
Right.
not, well, as the chair, this board is not the decisions of this board
Thank you.
related to this case or any other case is not subject to any speculation by anyone, anywhere. So respectfully, I would not answer your question and will not allow anyone in this board to answer the question because they have no, you're asking to answer the question for things that are not in evidence, and we're just not going to do that.
okay, and so what I'll say to you is, Mr. Rose, the false information he provided was qualifying information. Otherwise, he would have been disqualified. And that's the issue at hand. And additionally, one thing to Mr. Long's comment about frivolous lawsuits and your letter that said we did not proceed because we did not want to expend the funds. We do get compensated, and your DDA could vote to compensate you if your client had expended funds and was found to not have violated. He could have requested that the DDA compensate him. Happens up here all the time. I had 5 bogus violations filed against me. Taxpayers paid for every one of them, sadly.
Are you finished?
I am. Thank you so much.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate the
First of
floor.
all, thank you all for coming and everybody who testified. I apologize to the people at 7B and 7C are now into next week's meeting, but I do apologize for that. Let me just go back to a couple of points. First of all, I've known Rick Burgess for years, and he is. We've always gotten along famously, and he is extremely involved in a variety of different charities here, and he's someone you can always call on if you're looking for help on any one of your things. Desi's is just one example, but he is known for doing great work for other things. But his actions on the DDA, as exemplary as they are really not is what is issue here. And I'm trying to cut out all the noise about what the DDA should or should not have done in certain parts of this town, what other members may or may not have done in their applications, because I'm really simple as a lawyer. My first job is with the Internal Revenue Service. And as a lawyer for the Internal Revenue Service, if you filed on April the 16th, you can say, well, I meant to file on April the 15th. Guess what? You got fined because it was a violation. And the only question that's relevant to me is whether or not at the time the statement was made that I certified that this is my office is true or not. And the answer is it was not. Even Mr. Jesus, and I'm going to assume Mr. Jesus, since it's page 1, I'm assuming that the notary page is page 2, so I'm going to assume it's a notarized document. But even he stated that that there never was any lease proffered for signature to anyone, which means at the time the application was made, where the certification was made that all these statements are true, was not accurate. I'm not going to use other words, was not accurate. In my opinion, the application and the service was void, what they say in law, ab initio, which means from day one, meaning it was not qualified from day one. And it's on that basis that I'm making my decision, because I do not believe he qualified at the time of the application, because the statements therein were not truthful. And if for no other reasons than, as I'm saying, I mean, Laura Simon's not on. If she's made some issues and we think she should go to Northwest South, that's going to be a job for us to convince the DDA, who are an independent agency, by the way, and they don't answer to the commission. We're involved in some of their funding, and we certainly collaborate on a lot of different things, but they are an independent agency. So my view is real simple. Was it an accurate statement at the time it was signed and submitted? And the answer to that question is no, by his own admission. That doesn't mean Rick's not a great guy. He is a great guy. He also does great repair work, but he also does a lot of work for the Northwest Southwest neighborhood. He does a lot for a lot of different people. So I have nothing but the highest regard for Rick Burgess. But in this case, it's certainly not political with me because of I've eaten at his house. His wife is one of the greatest chefs that I know. So, and I'm a foodie, as everyone knows. So so my view is real simple. It's a simple statement of, was it accurate at the time it was made and submitted? And the answer is no, it was not. So in my view, it's void from the very start. So that's where I am. So do we call for a vote, or?
We need a motion, and this is roll call because it's a super.
Oh, yes, we want a roll call vote, yes. So we need a motion.
Motion to remove Mr. Richard Burgess from the DDA board
I second.
pursuant to Article 8.2, Section 8.22C of the City of Delray Beach Land Development Regulations.
I second that.
Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Long?
No.
Ms. Cassell?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mayor Carney?
Yes.
Mr. Markert?
Yes.
Can I ask for a moment? I can't remember if it's called point of professional courtesy.
What would you like?
I would want to ask you if we could ask Attorney Jelen to look into the contract that we have pending with Mr. Burgess. Under the circumstances, we know that he lied.
That's an apples and oranges thing for me. You mean the contract with this company?
Correct. It's a city contract, and he's lied to the city.
That is an apples and oranges. That is an apples and oranges thing. The quality of his work and his relationship with the city is not even in question.
Okay.
Respectfully.
No, it's you're allowed that opinion. I just don't know if the city should be contractually working with people that are lying to us.
Misstating things on an application is not the same as malfeasance against a city,
Okay.
in my legal opinion.
Yeah, no, you're the lawyer.
So.
I go with that.
Are we finished with this item? Thank you very much.
Thank you. May we be excused?
I'm sorry?
Maybe can we leave or not?
You may leave, oh yes. Can we take a 5-minute break?
Please.
I'm going to call for a 5-minute break to help the lawyers think about what they're going to say next. I'd like to call this meeting back to order. You're getting your things up on the screen.
No, Mr. Mayor.
Huh?
I want to facilitate that.
Okay.
Yeah, once you call it back.
Okay, so we are now on 7B, correct?
Yes, sir.
Very good.
7BB.
And that is why both Mr. Dunkley and Ms. Barletto are here to address the observations you shared in the introductory comments earlier, Mr. Mayor. I think it would probably most be productive for Ms. Barletto to offer the commentary as to why we are where we are.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, good evening, Mayor and Commissions, Missy Barletto, Public Works Director. Mr. Mayor, you had pulled the item for the
Yes.
train depot off of the consent agenda.
Right.
Did you have specific questions?
I just really wanted to explain why, what the additional 400,000 was going to be for, because the contract was over 2 million to start with. And is it a change order that we should have known about and didn't know about? Is it, I mean, I'm always suspect when people come back when contracts are that large and they add essentially 20% to the contract amount and in the final, application of the contract.
So I will say that this is a very different type of contract than probably one you've seen brought before the commission in the past. This is for our historic Seaboard Coastline train depot and the renovations to that were a result of an arson event that happened in 2019. So for the most part, when we have a project like this, city staff manages the project. We are the managers all the way through. In this particular instance, the Florida League of Cities, who is our insurer, allowed their contractor to be the project manager, more or less to work as a general contractor on this project. And they ran it more like a private project. The city has benefited quite a bit financially from that. Initially, if we had taken just the insurance offering, it was in the neighborhood of about $1 million. By allowing the FMIT contractor to manage the project, they actually brought $5 million to the table.
Okay.
And the approximately $2.67 million that the city will be putting into the project is just the city's side of that. So we saved about $4 million by letting them manage the project. But it did come with a significant number of management, I'm going to call them annoyances, because we are not in control of how the project moves forward. This additional contractor is. So getting them to button down what the costs were going to be on this project has been very, very difficult all the way through. Having them meet timeline, we're already many months over what our original timeline was. So getting those things, every time there's a disaster somewhere else in the state, our contractor goes and does something else for a while. So we have saved money. The city has profited from this relationship, but it has come with its issues along the way. This last $400,000 will cover furnishings for the Human Resources Department. It covers the blinds for the department. There we have a very small contingency that's built into that for any last minute unforeseen circumstances. At this point, we are waiting on the glass doors that will be to the front of the wellness center that were actually fabricated in Honduras, and they are coming by boat, but I don't know where in the ocean they are right now. So I'm just, it's been a number of different things that have been hard for us to pin down.
You didn't have to put a GPS on the boat so you could pinpoint where they were?
You know, I wish I had thought of that, but I am sending a drone out to see if I can figure out where the boat is.
All right, so this wasn't a situation where there was a bid and they under it and we're doing it that way?
No, sir. It's I'm not sure that we'll ever do a contract this way again, but we might.
But we seem to be
I
ahead.
also hope not.
Well, we seem to be ahead of where we would have been.
Financially, we are way ahead
Correct.
of where we would have been.
And that's the point.
It is.
Yep, that's what-
I'm very excited for you to see the finished product. It is stunning.
Look forward to it. Thank you. Any questions from anybody?
No, thank you. I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
I'll second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we're done. Thank you.
Okay.
We now are on item 7B, correct?
7A.
Oh, no, we go to 7A first, right?
7A.
Sorry about that. I saw you standing there ready to go, but
This is the Good Fences Make Good Neighbors section of the agenda.
I was just
Both fences.
I was just busting his chops. Couldn't help myself.
Please, Mr. Mayor, that's fine.
That's good. We moved you to 7Z.
Okay, we'll be happy to sit down.
I'm so sorry.
No, please, that's not at all, not at all. Well, I'll wait till the presentation gets up.
Anthea, you gonna introduce the
Oh,
application?
yeah. Sorry. Fading.
Okay. This is not a.
This is quasi judicial
So-
proceeding. The address.
That's what we're doing right now.
We're doing 7A right now, sir.
The building? Okay, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
This is a quasi judicial hearing.
Yes.
I've read the rules before. Are there any ex parte communications?
I have met with Mr. Schiller
Okay.
and whatever might be on the server.
And I spoke with Ms.
Mayor, I'm sorry. Before we commence the proceedings, I believe you have an announcement.
Oh, golly, yes, I do. Thank you so very much. I can't even be here for this. I have to.
Right.
I am recusing myself from this item. I'm so excited to be here. I worked so hard to get here. I'm recusing myself from this. I am actually the registered agent for the applicant.
Oh.
So, I'm
site
very
plan.
keen on perception of conflicts and all this. And even though I did no work at all on this file, because I am the registered agent, I feel that I should be just recuse myself from any deliberations or conversations related to this file. So I need to pass the gavel to
The
the
Vice Mayor. And for the record, this is
I'm taking
not.
it with me.
Yeah, don't
Mayor,
worry.
just for the record, this is not a conflict of interest under Form 8B.
Yeah,
This
it's
is
not a
pursuant to
conflict.
Florida
I'm doing this
statute.
under 286.012.
Thank you.
You're
And a form does not need to be completed under that.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This
So
is
I have
item
to leave
7A,
So
which
you need to step off the dais and hide so that nobody can be
I'm going to
persuaded.
Donna's.
Bring
by
Margaret back
your
a burger.
presence.
He's hungry. 7A, which is quasi judicial. I'll read this. Resolution number 81.24, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, approving waiver request to section 4.65C of the Land Development Regulations to approve a 9-foot 6-inch masonry wall in the west interior side yard of the property located at 1234 George Bush Boulevard, and to allow a 10-foot 7-inch masonry wall in the rear yard for the properties located at 1234, 1240, 1246, 1252, 1258, and 1264 George Bush Boulevard, as more particularly described herein, providing for an effective date and for other purposes. And do you want to read the quasi-judicial rules into the record, or do you not have
We've
to?
already done that.
Got it, okay. And so I guess I should ask again, if anyone is speaking, to stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in? If
you have
Did
not already
you,
been.
were you sworn in already, sir? Would you like to do that now, please? Thank you.
He did. Okay. That's fine.
Okay, go ahead, sir. Let's swear you in again so we're confident that it happened.
You want to swear me in again?
I think the lovely lady would.
Raise your right hand, please. By the authority vested in me as a notary of the state of Florida, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now to ex parte, Mr. Long.
I met with Mr. Schiller as well.
Okay.
I met yesterday with Mr. Schiller and Mr. McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Marker. Ms. Burns?
I spoke with Mrs. Schiller.
Okay, thank you, and I did as well. Thank you. Does the city want to enter the file into the record?
Yes, I'm going to enter 2 files into the record. Anthea Geniotis, Development Services Director. I'd like to enter file 2022-069 and 2024-069 for the waiver into the record. And the representative for the waiver, Mr. Schiller, is here with the presentation.
Yes. Thank you, Mr.
Deputy Vice
Schiller.
Mayor, if the gentleman wants to sit down, I know Mr. Schiller is quick.
Oh, yes,
but
sir, you can sit
it's
until
gonna be
we...
a few minutes.
Yes, I apologize, sir. You may sit.
They're going to ask you to stand up for public comment.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I just want to say congratulations to the new commission and look forward to working with you. Tonight I'm here, what used to be the old Parliament Inn, that was actually at 1236 George Bush Boulevard. We're actually here tonight for a waiver that we have come to find that we've needed. So we're seeking a waiver for 2 different wall heights to achieve a 6-foot wall measured on our side of the property, not necessarily the neighbor side of the property that the code requires. So this is a project that was approved back in 2022 by the SPRAB board, and the plat was approved back in 2022 by the Planning and Zoning Board. One thing I do want to just point out is as part of the SPRAB staff report, there was this sentence which I highlighted talking about a required 8-foot high privacy wall. That was essentially what was constructed on our property around the project. It just so happens when it's measured from the adjacent natural undisturbed grade, we exceeded the 8 feet, and so that's why we're asking for this waiver. This is an aerial. You can see the lots have already been subdivided on the property appraiser's website. This is zoomed in aerial. You can see George Bush Boulevard. To the west of us, to the left, are some multifamily units. On the right, additional multifamily units, and to the south are 3 single-family homes. This is just the zoning map to show you that we are in RM zoning. This is a completely permitted use in RM zoning, as are the neighbors to the east and west and north of us. I just wanted to show you what the project is supposed to look like when it's fully constructed. We are under construction right now. Again, these have already been approved by SPRAB. I just want to give you sort of the context, and this is why I included this rendering, is to show you the fence, the privacy fence that we intend to build, which would be 6 feet high on our side of the property instead of the 8 feet high. And frankly, that's to provide privacy on our side of the fence and on the neighbor side of the fence, because if we built just to the 8 feet, it would be 4 to 5 feet, and anybody of normal size would be able to look over into the neighbor's yard at their discretion. So we want to avoid that and really avoid that. This is the approved site plan. The highlighted areas around the site plan to the west, south, and to the east all say require an 8-foot wall. That was what was approved. So we're seeking a waiver from Code Section 4.6.5, which basically says that all walls, fences, or hedges located in front or street yard shall not exceed 6 feet in height. The walls, fences, or hedges located in required interior side or rear yard shall not exceed 8 feet in height. And this is the kicker. For the purpose of this section, height is to be measured from the undisturbed natural grade of the ground adjacent to the exterior of the fence. And so you can see on the diagram, we have 2 walls that we need waiver for. 1.6 feet on the west side and 2.7 feet on the south side. These diagrams were created by our engineer. And these diagrams show a couple of really important bits of information. As you all know, since we've spoken, the FEMA requires, when you build new in a floodplain, to raise the elevation. At minimum, it's 7 feet, and I'll just get to that one and I'll go back. But you can see the FEMA flood zone map here. It requires a base flood elevation minimally of 7 feet. However, when you're rebuilding in a FEMA flood zone, you have to add 2 additional feet to get to 9 feet for a base flood elevation, or BFE. On the previous slide, you can see cross-section CC and BB. CC is the western wall, which is all the way to the left, and the middle one is the southern wall. The western wall on our side of our property is 9.67 feet from elevation. On the neighbor side, on the western side, it's only 6.4 feet. So that difference is really what's creating the requirement that we need to seek an additional 1.6 feet of wall. It's that grade difference that is making, this is why we're here tonight, frankly. And BB, it's even a little bit worse. It's, again, 9.67 with 5.3 feet on the southern neighbor's wall. And again, we have to raise this base floor elevation almost 9 feet because of FEMA, because they're requiring it. And as you know, and as I'm sure your staff will tell you, your staff is seeing a lot of these, and will probably likely see more as more redevelopment occurs. So when you look at waivers as part of the City Commission, there are some criteria that you have to look at in order to judge whether or not to approve these waivers. The first one is whether or not this adversely affects the neighboring area. So while we are seeking a waiver for wall height, we're doing it because of the FEMA regulations and the grade difference, and we're doing it to create the privacy, which is why the wall was there in the first place, right? We don't want to see into the neighbor's yard. The neighbor doesn't want to see into our yard. And so that is why we're seeking, that's why we don't feel it's adversely affecting the neighboring areas, because it's really providing privacy. B, shall not diminish public provision or the provision of public facilities. Public facilities are not impacted by the wall height. Shall not create an unsafe situation. So again, the 1.6 wall height on the western side and the extra 2.7 feet on the southern side don't create unsafe situations. They create additional privacy, which is what neighbors should expect from one another, especially next to residential uses. And then additionally, the FEMA regulations requiring the raising the property actually create a safer situation because we know that floods happen on a regular basis on the island and will continue to as sea level continues to rise. And then the last criteria is does not result in the grant of a special privilege, and that the same waiver would not be granted under similar circumstances on other property. So there isn't a special privilege being given here. The City Commission in the past has given waivers for the exact same reasons because of the finished flood elevation, FFE. And two examples from my research are 118 Northwest 11th Street back in 2022. The side and rear privacy walls were measured more than 8 feet from the natural undisturbed grade, and the Commission gave a waiver. And then 103 Sea Spray proposed retaining wall with a decorative guardrail at 9 feet 3 inches, and it was 9 feet, and it was 3 feet taller than what the code allowed. And again, the applicant's rationale there was the basis of the FEMA flood regulations and having to raise the property. So I just want to point out a couple of things. There is a natural grade change from east to west along George Bush Boulevard. It gets deeper, or it gets lower as you go west on George Bush Boulevard. This is representative of the grade change. This is on the eastern side of our property, which is why we don't need a waiver for that wall, because the wall is already existing and it is extremely tall. But again, we don't need a waiver for that wall. It meets all the criteria being measured from the adjacent undisturbed natural grade. And then we look at the northwest corner of the site, and you can see between the all the way to the left, that dotted line, all the way to the road, and you can see the the gradation of how the natural grade has changed from the finished floor area of 9.67, I'm sorry, finished flood elevation from 9.67 all the way down to around 5 at the street level. So in conclusion, we're seeking a waiver so we can continue this project and finish the walls. We understand that, and I'm excited to hear from another neighbor that is here, but we do know that a neighbor has reached out and has complained about the condition of the wall. And I'm sure staff will show the picture. We'd be happy to talk about it and talk about a condition of approval. I do want you to know that we will have reached out to the neighbor that complained and have talked to him about finishing his wall however he would like us to finish the wall, paint, stucco, remove his fence, and we'll finish the whole wall, paint it whatever color he wants, or leave it as is and just finish the top of the wall, or anything else that would make him happy. We are really trying to be good neighbors here. The reason that the wall was left in the condition that it was, unfinished, is because we didn't know what the actual height was going to be. We do know that is the wall as is today will not be any higher. Even with the waiver approved. This is the wall as is today is the waiver height if you approve it. If you don't approve the waiver height, we're going to have to knock off a couple of layers of brick to lower the wall so it's 8 feet from the undisturbed natural grade. Sean, I'm sorry I didn't introduce my client, which I am sorry, but Sean McAllister from Stom Development Group is here. He's also knows the site inside and out and is here to answer any questions, or you want to give any final words?
Yeah, just really quickly, good evening everyone. Sean McAllister, 900 East Atlantic Ave, Suite 5. Just in the, essence of privacy is kind of the main topic I want to, advocate for, and I think it's important to consider, our privacy, also our neighbors' privacy, and that's the main cause here, and as approved, the site wall on our side would only be about 4 feet. So myself, I'm not really a tall guy, but I'd be able to look right over into somebody's backyard or whatever where that's their private space. So while it may seem like it's, we're requesting it for us, we're also requesting it for privacy for the neighbors. And then lastly, if the surrounding homes, either to the west or the south, were to ever be redeveloped, they would also be required to be raised up to where, just about where our elevation is, or maybe even higher, depending on FEMA. FEMA issues out new guidelines periodically and actually increases that base flood elevation from time to time, just based on where the property is. So there's no saying that base flood elevation of any surrounding home might actually wind up required to be higher than ours. So we'd end up with the converse instance here, where if someone were to redevelop around us, they'd be higher than us and be looking into our wall. So this is or looking into our backyard or future residents' backyard. So this is kind of preventative measure. And again, not seeking a full 8 feet measured from our side, seeking only 6 feet, as we feel that's really what's required. 8 feet might be, overkill really in that situation. So with that, I think really, the main echoed sentiment that I have really is just kind of privacy all around for us and for our neighbors. So thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schiller and Mr. McAllister, to the city.
Okay, so while IT switches out the presentation to mine, I know
Sir,
that
not yet. She's going to do a presentation, and then you can get up.
then you get to go.
Sorry, sir.
So
We'll let you know when you can speak. Thank you so much.
okay, so I think there's a couple of things, and I don't want to get too deep in the weeds, but I want to be sure that you understand the difference between the grade, meaning the dirt or the ground, and the base finished elevation, which is what's required for the floor, right? Because the floor doesn't have to be where the grade is. Florida builders like to build slab on grade. We're a pretty flat state, and we're not used to having to absorb changes in grades like if we were building in the mountains of North Carolina. So this is the technique that we use in Florida as part of the issue that is lending itself to creating this transition challenge. Okay, so very quickly, SPRAB did approve this in May 2025, or May 25th in 2022. It was a 6-unit townhome development. There was an 8-foot masonry wall that was supposed to surround the private rear areas. On January 25th, 6 permits were issued, 6 individual permits for the new platted lots, and those are underway. I also think it's important to note that, like many projects, they're using private provider inspectors. So when our team is out there looking at your whatevers, your foundation or your form boards, we'll notice some of this, and we can head some of this off in the field. We found out about this when the neighbors sent the picture that's provided in the backup. So let's just go through where we are. And I also agree with the applicant's presentation that this is not the only challenge we're having. The world is changing. We are required to elevate higher. Parcels are redeveloping into new projects, and our flood, insurance, our CRS rating is important to us. We have a freeboard provision that wasn't in the code before. So let me just walk through where we are. So this property, which is, let's see if I can point. Oh, these aren't going to look so good here. Okay, so this property is the one that's 1234 George Bush, and that's the one that's directly adjoining the neighbors that are at the lower grade that are the most impacted. Then the grade does go a little bit from here to there along the back, so that's the waivers for the highest amount that they need. And then again, this property is higher, so it's not having that same compatibility challenge that the rear has and the other side has. Let me see from here. Let's see what I have in here. Okay. The other thing is I think it's important to note that the grade wasn't existing. Okay, the grade that moves from 5, so it's 5.6 near George Bush Boulevard. There's a survey in the back with lots of teeny little elevation ticks that you can look at. So it uses a universal height, NAVD, and it was 5.6, and then it sort of slopes a little bit up to the back. When this development happened, the retaining wall, all the fill comes in, right? Because we want to only take 2 steps out to our pool instead of 4 or 5 or 6 or, so I think that it's important to note that getting the floor of the house up doesn't require that the entire yard go up. So we are going to have to, as we're faced with this type of infill, figure out the balance of the challenge of compatibility, because right now the only thing that we're doing is we're bringing you the waivers to the fences after the fact, and almost always resulting from a private provider situation as well, which is your right under the state to go as quickly as you can with your development. So that's not going to change. So we need to figure out how to sculpt the LDRs. And all right, so I'm gonna go really quickly. If we do the math, FEMA right now says there's supposed to be 7. I'm pretty sure the pending maps say 8. FEMA says 7 now. These pending maps have been pending for almost 2 years. They haven't adopted them. If the new map says 8, then he's not like in trouble legally, but it would be better if he was 8 because the world is changing, right? The city adopted a rule that we let everybody freeboard another foot. The Florida Building Code requires a foot on top of whatever FEMA says. So by my calculations, they have to be if they freeboard a foot at 9, they're built to 10. If you go beyond that freeboard allowance, you're allowed to. It just comes out of the overall height of the building. They're fine. The building is the right height, whether they have that extra 10, they go to that 10-foot finished floor or not, right? So we know the building is in the right place. The height of the building is the right place. And this is what it comes down to, is how much fill did you put in the yard? Because our walls and fences, good fences make good neighbors, are measured from the undisturbed grade, not after you brought in 3 feet of fill, right? So that's the distinction that, and they are not the only person. They are not the only project that has struggled with this, because the world is not flat, right? It's like this, and the neighbors over here are fine, and these people have what they were sending their email, I think it was called the Great Wall. So what's ended up happening on the west side, which is this one, is that the difference between their yard and this yard is over 3 feet. So, if they put this 6-foot or 8-foot fence so that it was okay on the neighbors, to his point, there's a privacy issue that will result. The future residents of this townhome will be able to see into their backyard. But then how do you deal with the visual impact of the bigger, taller wall that is extending above the fence that they have, which is what they have here. So here's the fence, and this is not the wall of the building. This is the wall of the wall that encloses. So you can see that this is towards George Bush Boulevard. They sloped it all the way up, all the way out, and then built the lot. And then they said, well, maybe we're not going to do an 8-foot wall. We'll take it down to 6 on our side, but it's still tall on the other side. So part of, I think, and then here's the rear. So the difference from the undisturbed grade in some cases is almost 4 feet, so it's going to be quite distinct. So here's a shot towards the rear of this, and I don't think we've heard from any of these folks, though. So especially, I know we have, Ms. Casal has weighed these criteria before, but when we make a decision, this is the criteria that you make the decision on. Is it going to adversely affect the neighbor? Is it going to be unsafe? And is it a special privilege? And does it diminish public facilities? Public facilities are not affected by this. However, I do think you have to consider how it's going to affect the neighboring area, because not letting the wall achieve a certain level of privacy is a problem. That's part of why we had to do all the rooftop uses, as the buildings have gotten bigger, people are looking into people's backyards, we need to ensure privacy. But then how do you deal with the visual impact of that really tall wall? So, that's what needs to be weighed here. And then ultimately, safety is an issue. It has to be at least 4 feet around the pool as a minimum to ensure, Florida Building Code is going to require that the pools be enclosed by at least 4 feet, and those of us, with athletic children or dogs, that's probably not enough. So, at any rate, the things that I would suggest that you have to consider is that the potential flood impacts of these properties is real. We have a CRS rating that affects everyone's insurance rates. This project does exceed the requirements even if the maps change, and that's a really good thing. But this incremental development is creating transition issues. This is not going to be the last time you see something like this, and ultimately we need to address in our LDRs what are the techniques that we could require people to do if the grade change is going to exceed a certain amount, and we don't have those rules. And so I think that's something that's going to have to be added to staff's list to address. Because at the same time, base flood elevation can be accomplished through other things. It doesn't have to be so that you only have 18 inches of stairs leading to your building and everything else is the grade. But however the elevation is achieved, whether it's, so say the yard was lower, the guy in the kitchen is still up here looking into the neighbor, right? So the privacy, it comes back to that again. I would suggest that in this case, until we figure out a technique that we know will work, they are quasi, it's going to have to be case by case and weigh the impacts. If they are to finish the other side of the wall, which, I think if I lived there, I would want the wall finished personally. Maybe the neighbors don't. That maybe the condition of approval has to be that they finish both sides of the wall, provided that the property owners are providing access. The resolution isn't drafted with that condition at this point, but I would suggest you consider something like that based on their testimony. And so that is it. I'm here if you have any questions, and we do have public comment.
Thank you so much. Yes, this is a quasi-judicial, so if anyone from the public would like to speak on this item, please come forward.
Yes. Good evening, Vice Mayor and Commissioner. Thank you for allowing me to speak here. My name is Jack O'Connor. I'm at 1228 George Bush Boulevard, the west property to the development here. Listening to the presentation here, you would think they weren't going to put any trees up. And a great concern for our privacy is this wall, 9.5 foot high. There are 4 units, and we have backyards that go from the rear of our house to the wall. It's 10 feet long. So this 9.5 foot high wall is going to affect the sunshine, the sky, the view of any trees, if they do put trees up there. that is a complete change from what used to be there. For many, many years, 40 years or so, the Parliament Inn was there, and anybody that lived on my side would look across, and all they saw was trees. Everybody had a 6-foot fence, and everybody was happy with the 6-foot fence. 2 years ago, the developer indiscriminately tore my fence down. I'm the last unit in, the south unit. And there was a reason for that. I was aware of what was going on, and when he told me what he was doing, I let him proceed. The Parliament Inn had attached his fence and flower pots to my fence and pulled my fence out of shape. So my fence had to be repaired anyway or torn down. But it was not exactly the way I had planned to do it. The bulldozer came in and just ripped it out, and when I ran outside, I said, "What are you guys doing?" Then they said, "All your fences are coming down." And then my neighbor to the next door to me, he was told that all our fences were on the developer's property. We had to get a surveyor come in to prove that they were wrong and we were right. I've been chasing this project for 2 years now. Frequent visits over to the planning department in the other building, trying to find out if they had pursued a permit to build the wall, and no permit had been pursued. I heard them say that, of course, this was agreed upon 2 years ago. I don't know if they went for permits, but the neighbors were never told, and I'm under the impression that when anybody asks for a variance, if it's going to have some kind of effect on the neighbor's property, that it's required to notify the neighbors. We have never been notified. This hearing tonight I found out by accident. We were not notified that there was a hearing tonight. I don't want to accuse anybody of a little shady operation here, so I won't go any further with that.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, unfortunately, your time is up, but I appreciate your comment. Thank you
Wait a
very
minute.
much.
They had longer than 3 minutes now.
They are, the applicants get a certain amount of time for their presentation
Okay.
and the public.
My final word is none of us are happy with this. The people on the south side don't know about this. A 10-foot wall going up separating their properties. And I don't know what's going on, and I'd like you to
Thank you, sir.
investigate it and get back to me, please.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So we are at cross or rebuttal. I imagine there are comments.
Yes,
Thank
I've
you.
got a no cross-examination, just a little rebuttal.
Thank you.
Madam Vice Chair. So a couple of things. One of the things I forgot to mention in the presentation was use of this wall as an actual retaining wall. So if this wall serves not just for privacy, it's a retaining wall to keep all of our dirt on our side of the wall. I know that there have been issues with developments not building the retaining wall, raising their site, and then their dirt flows into the yard of the person that has a lower grade than the one without the retaining wall, or the new project site. So I do think that there is some value to having a retaining wall, and there is tremendous value into having a retaining wall. I want to point out, and Mr. O'Connor, thank you for reminding me, we are putting in trees all around the site. There will be tall palm trees that go around the interior of the site. Mr. McAllister will confirm that, because I want to give him a chance to speak and how STOM has dealt with the neighbors. So why don't I bring him up, and then I will close with 1 minute. So why don't you talk about the relationship and what's been happening?
Sure. I'll just start. Mr. O'Connor, this is the first time ever hearing about the fence, so I sincerely apologize for that ever happening. We are the developer of the project, and we hire a third-party general contractor, and if they're making mistakes like that, I greatly apologize. I'd be happy to give you my business card with my cell phone on it after this, and understood. And our, our phone number and, website and address, which is right on Atlantic Ave, is on the signs that are front there. So, if there was ever any issue, I would have been happy to, have you in and we could discuss and talk further, which, I hope to after this as well. Just wanted to address that. So some of the items, that Mr. O'Connor brought up, not how we intend to operate any business, obviously. Like I mentioned, it's the first time I'm hearing of some of these items, so not the light I'd like to be seen in, but certainly would like to fix that. So, yeah, and I think one important item to note as well is that the hedges are also governed in that code. So to Mr. O'Connor's point, we are, providing landscaping that will provide additional privacy, but on a much higher level. If you think of palm trees, their trunk doesn't provide much privacy up to 6 feet. And our hedge, if we were to try to do an additional privacy hedge in terms of landscaping, would be governed by this same code section here. So we couldn't do landscaping that acts as privacy over top of the fence as it is now, because it would, again, require the same exact waiver and the same exact conversation.
Thank you.
So with that, just to close, proposed condition of approval, because we want to make the neighbors happy. So we would propose that my client sends out a certified letter to all of the neighbors, giving them our information, asking them to contact us, and giving them some options about the wall. Maybe we remove the fence, finish the whole wall, and put the fence back. Maybe some want just the top of the fence painted. Maybe they want all of the fence painted. Maybe one wants it orange and one wants it green. We're happy to make everybody happy, or at least do our best trying. So we would certainly agree to a condition like that. Again, we would have to have the neighbor's permission to go onto their property and do all these things, but I would make that as part of the motion, just in case somebody's not going to work with us or cooperate with us. We're more than open to doing that. If you guys have any other ideas, we're all ears. We want to make this work. We want to be good neighbors. What Mr. O'Connor brought up is not how Stom Development Group does business. It's not how I do business, and so we look to rectify that as soon as possible.
Thank you. Anthea?
I don't have any cross, but I would like to clarify some things as well. So the first thing is that, when we received the initial complaint, it was the end of March last year, 2023. And my backup says that we met with the developer in April, and I want to correct the record because it was not with you. We called the contractor in and said, well, what is happening here? So, we need to resolve this. And so my backup says we met with Stom, and I just want to make it clear that it was actually the contractor on the site that staff contacted and said there's a problem with this, and you need to start, figuring out how you're going to reduce the scale, if you can, of the wall. The other thing is that this is a waiver, and waivers do not have a mailer requirement. However, because we had been in contact with the neighbors, staff did reach out to the two people who had, contacted us with the photographs. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the name now, and I didn't write it down before I came in, Boris, and it was through email. So Jen Buse, Amy Alvarez, Rafiq Ibrahim, they, we made courtesy notices to make sure that we sent a formal notice to them, but we were also emailing the neighbors who had contacted us. But there is not a 500-foot mailer requirement for a waiver. And, that is also, something to think about. The other thing is when the site plan was going through, I'm pretty sure everything was showing as a foot lower. And, the architects and the planners are looking at something that says it's going to be an 8-foot wall, and we're all assuming it's 8 feet from the undisturbed grade. So, but it is a retaining wall. So some of these things are, they're coming out. It's coming out through the construction process that were not anticipated. So I don't think anyone thought that the wall was going to be this dramatic a difference between the neighbors to either the east or the west, quite frankly. So it's something that our TAC group is paying a lot more attention to. We're warning, we're all working through this together as the regulations and rules change. But I did want to make it clear, because the backup says we met with the developer. We didn't. We called in the contractor, and we did send courtesy notices. Mailers are not required for this type of action by the city code. And I'm here if you have any questions.
Thank you so much. To the commission. Mr. I'm sorry, sir, you do not. I apologize. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, can I just say one thing?
Sure.
You know, you haven't had your discussion yet, so I don't know where the commission is going with it, but I can tell you that the condition of approval that Mr. Schiller proposed, you know, to require him to send certified letters to the neighbors, I don't know if that would cut it. You know, I think you saw those pictures, so, you know, Anthea, you know, and I can come up with something, but it's got to be more than just if you're inclined to approve this waiver. I think it has to be more than.
Would you like to suggest that pre-discussion?
Just if you have your discussion, if the commission's inclined to approve this, and that, you know, I'll come up with something, but I don't think a certified letter is going to be an adequate condition of approval, because the condition has to be something that's going to mitigate the impacts of your approval. And simply sending out a letter, you know, some people are indicating they don't get letters. There may not be enough correspondence. There might be a disagreement between the parties on, you know,
Correct.
what they want to do and what the neighbor's satisfied with. So I would not feel comfortable with that. This isn't going to
Okay.
come back before you as a site plan approval. So I think there needs to be some discussion as to the validity of that if you're inclined to move forward.
Thank
with
you.
this.
Okay. To the commission. Mr. Long?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. You know, I deal with this issue a lot in my day job with the rising finished floor plans because of the rising base flood elevations due to the FEMA updates. It's a common issue all over South Florida. As you mentioned, it's not a new issue here either. And I would like to continue that discussion later on in Thea about how we're going to, those transition issues you mentioned, how we're going to address them in the LDRs. I think it's, you know, inevitable. We're going to have to really come up with something more streamlined to deal with these types of issues. I'm inclined to want to work with the applicant on this because this is an issue that's outside of their control. They're not doing this to make more money or for aesthetic reasons. It's because they're tied to these regulations. And I certainly understand the issues the neighbors are having. They're caught at a lower elevation, and so this creates this huge wall. But my support would be predicated on a condition that they do basically what Mr. Schiller referenced, something to mitigate this brick wall appearance here, whether it's finishing the wall or even a landscape buffer if the neighbors want it, whatever. And whatever Ms. Jellin suggests for how we can condition that, I would be inclined to be in support if we can figure out a way to make that work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Long. Mr. Marker?
So when I read this a few days ago, I was kind of uncomfortable with it, and that's why I met with these two gentlemen yesterday so that I could better understand it. We're betwixt and between here in terms of what our choices are. We can make the wall lower, but that's going to create real privacy issues. I did get the sense from talking to these two gentlemen yesterday that they're going to work with the neighbors to figure out how to make the wall as good as it can be and make the neighbors as happy as they can be. And I do think there's some masonry work that could probably be added, maybe a fountain. I mean, there's a whole host of things that might be able to be done. But I feel like we're stuck here. We don't really have a choice. I don't like these situations, but I just don't feel like we have a choice. So I'd be inclined to vote yes on this one.
Thank you. Ms. Burns?
Yes, I agree with my colleagues. You know, this is a unequal land use and all of this grade and dirt and ground, and so the requirement is by FEMA. But I appreciate that Mr. Schiller and his clients would like to work with the neighbors to make something that works for everybody. So whatever our city attorney could come up with that would be acceptable, I would be inclined to support it with something that's amicable between the two of them.
So sometimes the Historic Preservation Board, when they have issues that arise that are kind of like this, you know, they want to give an approval, but they don't need to see it keep coming back, they'll allow staff to administratively handle it essentially. And so that I would be comfortable with. So Anthea and her team could administratively, you know, you could require them to complete the wall, you know, subject to both sides of the wall. Subject to, you know, the neighbors have to give them access to the property. So if they don't get access to the property, then they can come back to staff and come up with a solution.
Would the neighbors have input on what happens to the wall? And
I mean, the wall's there, so it's just a matter of finishing it, completing it on both sides. So I think they would, if they want to, have a good neighborly situation, I think they would have that communication.
Yes.
But I'm just, I think that if you allow staff to at least intervene, typically they're not able to do those things. Those things would have to come back to you. I think if you allow them and afford them that latitude, I think that, I think we could close this out.
I mean, ultimately, the goal is to finish both sides of the wall. To do that, the neighbors would have to, either it's going to get finished where the fence is, or they're going to have to agree that the fence is coming out. It should be STOM's expense
Responsibility.
and responsibility, and not the neighbor's expense. So, and then ultimately, if after, I don't know how we determine whether a good faith effort's been made, but I think that's the phrase usually, and then we can work from there. And if we have problems,
They'll
we'll
make
come
their best
back.
efforts to, address the issues of the neighbors. And, if staff can be the mediator if it's not able
Sounds
to be
good to me.
resolved.
And the goal is the CO gets held until it's resolved, or it's a TCO situation until it's resolved.
Yes.
Right. And this is difficult. I wouldn't necessarily appreciate that situation abutting my home, but I do understand how we're creating this problem is being created, and it is something we're going to deal with. The only thing that I'm concerned about going forward, and this doesn't, I don't want to see, we sometimes see violations and then they come in front of us and we have to make corrective measures, and I don't want to be encouraging that in the city when we're making these exceptions. I don't believe that was the case here, gentlemen. So I'm saying I see how this happened, but I feel that we have to figure out a manner if we're having these private companies come in to verify the work. How do we make sure things like this are not happening in the future? Not a discussion we have to have now, but just something to say, because we don't want to create a pattern of violations and corrections.
Well, and the other issue is too, I know that it speeds things up for the developer,
Right.
but now they've been stopped because they
Yeah,
had to come back
which
to the
is
city
unfortunate.
commission for an approval. So it does work both ways.
Right.
Florida law says that we can't stop them from using them.
Yes.
But I think if people see more of these situations where if the city does discover what the issue is, they are going to be held up, maybe they'll stop using private party.
Right. Thank you. Okay. Would someone like to make a motion on this?
So it'll be a motion to approve with the conditions that we discussed, and then Ms. Giannotis and I will draft that.
I move to approve resolution number 81-24 with the discussed conditions. Does that work?
It's fine.
Cool.
Second.
Call the roll, please. Yes, we are doing that. Thank you.
Ms. Cassell.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Mayor Carney. Oh, I'm sorry, he's not here. Mr. Markert.
Yes.
Mr. Long.
Yes.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you so much, and you have our commitment that we will do everything we said we will and more.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor Carney can come back wherever he is.
Let me go get him.
But I'm very upset now. Let's talk later when I'm cooled down, all right? All right, good. May I ask a question? Is there
Sir, would you mind, typically you are not allowed to ask a question. Can we give you a card and you can email us? Thank you, sir. Kateri, do you have a card that he can email? I'm sorry, my cards are.
I understand.
Thank you. Here you are.
I don't complain.
Just let me do this. Here.
Oh, pizza was great.
That's cold.
You guys hungry?
Thank you, sir. There's my email
Thank you
address.
very much.
You're welcome. Have a lovely evening.
Good night.
Okay. Thank you for leaving my gavel.
It's my pleasure.
Hello all. We are now on item 7B. Are you going to read the resolution? How do
Do you want me to? We don't.
Yeah.
Okay. Resolution 85-24, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, approving a waiver request of Section 4.6.5C of the Land Development Regulations to construct a 10-foot fence in the front yard of the property located at 4645 White Cedar Lane, as more particularly described herein, providing for an effective date and further purposes. And this is a quasi-judicial item.
Thank you. This goes on judicial. So any comments? Any
Ex parte communications.
ex parte communications? Grazie.
I spoke with the applicant over the phone.
Okay. None?
Only what might be on the server, sorry.
None.
None? I have not either.
Okay, Anthea Geniotis, Development Services Director for the record, and I'd like to enter file 2024-091, and the applicant is here with an overview of the request.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, staff. Thank you for having me. My name is Tara Patton. I am the agent for Delair Country Club. The country club, as you probably well know, is very passionate about its outdoor recreation, and we are here to discuss some fencing around a pickleball court that was just approved and constructed. So, Delair Country Club is located along Military Trail, south of Linton Boulevard, one of your various gated communities, high-end golf club communities. It's approximately 340 acres in total with about 324 home sites. The focus tonight is going to be on the recreation parcel, which is highlighted there in red. Their rec parcel is about 9.5 acres, and they have currently undergone over the last couple of years a multi-million-dollar renovation of their clubhouse, of their fitness, of their tennis. So quite a lot of effort has gone into over the last couple of years to improve their facilities for their members. And again, as you know, Delair is a private country club, so that means people like myself, people that live outside of Delair are not allowed to use their facilities unless that you are a guest of one of the residents or members. So this recreation parcel does contain 7 tennis courts and 4 pickleball courts, which was just approved, and I'll go into in a moment. There's also a pool and 27 holes of golf there. So where we are today is something I guess you're very well versed in given the previous application, and that is a waiver for a fence. This one is quite a little bit different in the sense that I feel like it's a little straightforward because what we are fencing is a pickleball court, which was formerly a tennis court. So this is a blow up of the recreation parcel that you just saw in the previous slide in red, and I have it shaded there in yellow so you can see that that is the court in question. So you see that that one court was converted into 4 pickleball courts, and as a result of that, your city code says that this particular area is in your front setback, and it requires a 30-foot setback, so nothing can be between the property line and the court. So there is an existing fence that was there because, again, this was a tennis court. It's now pickleball, was converted to pickleball because of the passionate nature of outdoor sports and what COVID has brought and the excitement that pickleball brings to this and many other communities. We needed an existing, to move that existing fence that was around the tennis court, and that 10-foot fence is pretty standard. I think you'll find 10-foot fences in your city and other municipalities, and it's a protection measure. It's to prevent balls from, going out into the street, and particularly here, as you can see, this court is adjacent to the main road leading into Delair, so you'll definitely need and want the continued protection. So this 10-foot fence around the tennis court had to be relocated. So in 2023, last fall, we came in and did a Class 1, which is an administrative approval through your staff, and they helped us go through the process to convert this one tennis court that you see shaded there in yellow to 4 pickleball courts. So when we do this kind of renovation, it isn't just a straightforward, unfortunately, take the tennis court and convert to pickle. There's a little bit of differential in terms of the size of the playing area. So the size of the pickleball court grew about 2 feet in width and about 10 feet in length. And then we shifted the pickleball court further to the north in order to accommodate some golf cart parking and also to accommodate some landscaping, because along that fence line, you also want to make sure that you're planting appropriately and trying to hide that fencing just for aesthetics purposes. Oops. So you received a graphic in your backup, I think very similar to this. I just tried to color code it a little bit so that you could see on the left the existing condition, where the fence, you'll see a 30-foot setback, which is that red line, the property line to the 30-foot distance, where there should be no encroachment. And you can see our existing fence was encroaching a little bit. It was encroaching 5 feet into the setback, and that was probably because that fence has been there since probably the last 20 years or so, and has been probably what you would call legal non-conforming. So it was legal at one point in time, but in today's standards and today's current code, it's no longer applicable. So the slide next door, or slide next to this, you can see the proposed conditions. So I've imposed the 4 pickleball courts, and you can see now, as a result of the court getting a smidge bigger and wider, and because we shifted it further north in order to accommodate those golf cart parking areas, we now encroach into that setback approximately 19 plus or minus feet. So we're not on top of the road. We're still outside of that 10-foot utility easement there. We're still behind the sidewalk. I think visually in the next slide you'll see I took a sort of a before and after. So our existing condition was that fence. It's been there probably 20 plus years, and you can see how it's set back from the sidewalk there. I'm looking to the east. And then to the slide to the next door is proposed. So you can see how we have permitted the pickleball court. For our purposes, we put the fence up so you could actually, I could take a photo so we could actually see what the fence looks like and how close it is to the property line. And as you can see, we've done, I think, a pretty nice job there trying to mask the fence and trying to beautify it with some landscaping material. So I would argue that it's prettier today than it is or has been existing. So again, the criteria, according to section 2.4.11, that the waiver may be granted as long as you, the City Commission, make the findings that A, shall not adversely affect the neighboring area, B, shall not significantly diminish the provision of public facilities, C, shall not create an unsafe situation, or D, does not result in the grant of a special privilege, and that the same waiver would be granted under similar circumstances for other properties or applicants or owners. So affecting the neighboring area, the first criteria is that, as I said, Delair is a private community, so those that are impacted isn't the public at large, it's just the residents within the community. This particular area is not even adjacent to any residential units, so it's not affecting any adjacent homeowner. I would argue that the homeowners would like to hang and tie me up for not getting a pickleball court and fence approved sooner. So there is no one that's impacted other than passionate residents who would like to get pickleball on board quickly. So the location of the court is on the existing recreation parcel, so it's very much understood that a fence is needed for the purposes of protecting the court and protecting play. And again, residents are very passionate and are encouraged and want the modification. Criteria B, shall not diminish the provision of public facilities. This, I believe, has no impact on public facilities. Fire, police, water, sewer are all being directed and provided by the city without any impact. Shall not create an unsafe situation. I would argue that this is creating a safer situation because we're preventing errant balls from leaving the play, from leaving the court. So we want to make sure we're protecting pedestrians. We want to protect vehicular traffic, whether they're residents, guests, or whomever. They're protected from the road, anything that may leave the court. And then again, last criteria, does not grant the special privilege, that this request is specific to recreational fencing only. We're only asking for this because I think I got into talking a little bit about this with Jennifer, our planner. somehow fences have been put up within the city at 10 feet, although I think their code only requires maybe only 8 feet in height at maximum. So probably legally non-conforming fence heights, but 10 feet is pretty standard for tennis, pickleball, those racket sports. And this is the request is just specific to that. And that, again, the land development regulations, I don't have anything specific as it pertains to tennis court or pickleball fencing. So we have to use the general fence and wall provisions. And again, this, wanted to just point out that, again, this probably occurs throughout the city and provides for a safe and tried and true mechanism. So we hope that you would find it encouraging. So these are just some photos I took of our permitted. So we got our class 1 last year. We've been busily pulling our building permit, using the city's inspectors, by the way, not finding it being a problem after the fact. It was brought to our attention very early on in the process. So we processed this as quickly as we could. So here are those new pickleball courts, very anxiously waiting to be played upon. So again, just in summary, we request approval for the waiver to be located for a fence to be 10 feet in height. There's no one being impacted, no public facilities being impacted. You know that there's a warrant on my head for that to get this approved, and hopefully seeking your approval tonight as well. And that the popularity of pickleball has just skyrocketed. I have about 17 applications in at various municipalities for conversions from tennis to pickleball. So I hope that you will approve and allow these folks to enjoy their outdoor recreation amenity that they've worked so hard to get to.
So I think you've gotten a good overview of the request. There's just a couple points that I'll make, and that is that I guess the fences that meet the setback criteria can be as tall as the building. I mean, that they're in the setback for the structure, so it's really once the fences move outside of the setback criteria that they're subject to height limitations. There was an existing non-conforming corner of the tennis court that was taller than what would have been allowed under today's code. And so by reproportioning and squeezing in 4 pickleball courts and a row of golf cart parking, which I think is also important to note, that the way our folks all move around has been moving more towards golf carts. So there's a row of golf cart parking which has pushed the courts closer to the street, which is why increasing the nonconformity, or the amount that little corner of 10-foot fencing is increasing towards their street, is increasing an existing nonconformity, and that's why it requires a commission action. So, I'm here if you have any questions. I think you've been given a good overview in terms of the criteria. The safety issue for this one really does come into play. I don't play pickleball. Maybe the ball's not that hard. I don't know, but it's certainly leaving the court. I'm here all the time. I can't play pickleball. The sidewalk is adjoining the courts, and so the fencing really is necessary. There's quite an extensive landscape plan between the sidewalk and the street. So, I think the visual issue is not significant. The photographs that the applicant has provided are better than the ones staff had, so I will defer to her visuals. I'm here if you have questions.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody from the public that wishes to comment on this application? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Is there any rebuttal for staff?
No, sir.
Okay. To the commission. Any comments? A motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is adopted unanimously.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We now have the review of the
Local rules.
local rules and procedure and quasi-judicial rules. Do you want to?
Just briefly, Deputy Vice Mayor Long, at our last meeting, suggested adding revisions to our current rules concerning hate speech and other issues that other municipalities are incurring with public comment. I did, on page 15, add what I called a notice regarding disruptive behavior. as you know, the city can regulate time, place, and manner restrictions. This is based on the type of forum that this is. And so we have to be careful that we don't regulate content. So as offensive as hate speech is, we don't want to go into that gray area. So I did this preliminarily because I did promise I would bring something back. And what this basically does is it puts people on notice that any disruption to the commission chambers, Mayor, you will have the opportunity to gavel somebody down, and if somebody continues, they are subject to removal and potential criminal action if it's deemed warranted. So I put that in there as, almost just to let people know what the behaviors that are expected in these chambers. If you would like something stronger, I would want to consult with a First Amendment speech specialist. First Amendment specialist. I'm tired. There are attorneys that specialize in this line just to make sure that we don't run afoul of the law and that whatever we put in here is going to be legally defensible in court. Because as you know, we don't want to put something in here, have somebody come in and essentially test our rules, and then we're subject to litigation. So we want to be careful. I'm confident that what I put in here now is legally defensible. It's simply just a notice letting people know what the expected behaviors are. But if you want to go further than that, I can do that, but I would be referring to outside counsel to assist me in that.
Well, my preference would be to approve what we have here in front of you, and if we can find something new and improve that we can add to it
I
down
can
the
always bring
road,
it back.
then we should do that, because I do think we need to, that speech cannot be tolerated in this
Agreed.
chamber.
And Mayor, you and I had spoken about the nominations to vice mayor and deputy
Yep.
vice mayor. Did you want me to talk about that?
Sure, it's the rotation process that we had talked about, which has been traditionally in the city.
So I didn't add it yet because there wasn't consensus from the commission yet, but if you want me to add it, I can add it. I don't need to keep bringing this back. I can just add the language. And essentially what it would say is once a member of the commission has been in the role of, let's say, vice mayor, then other people on the commission would be given an opportunity during their tenure to potentially be selected for that role. So almost like a term limit, I guess, is the best way to describe it,
It's
Mayor?
kind of term limited anyway. It's approved every year, but I just wanted to
But the same person could be approved the subsequent year, so that's why I'm saying, I
Right.
think what you're asking for is that, for example, Vice Mayor Casal is vice mayor during this next year, but next year, she wouldn't be eligible for a nomination, would be one of the three other commissioners that are sitting up here to give them the opportunity to.
Well, it's kind of like codifying the traditional rotation
Correct.
process that
Yes.
we've had.
Yes.
So that's my only comment regarding
Yes, and it's better have everything memorialized because then there's no issue as to when this was decided, and I would just put in the rule as just one line to just say exactly what the mayor just said.
It's been kind of de facto followed that way anyway for the most part. But that was the only comment that I had.
So if there's consensus for that, I would just ask to approve as amended. I'll make that change, I'll send it to the commission, and then you don't have to see this again until I make additional changes. Is there a consensus for that, for the hate speech, for me to consult with a First Amendment firm?
Yeah, I think we could approve this version, as the mayor said, and then maybe look into if we can push it any further and
Understood.
be in the clear.
Yeah,
And I know the
we
county-
want the strongest possible.
Understood. I know the county's working on it as well, so I'll reach out to them as well.
Cool.
And then we'll bring something back to you.
Let me ask you a question, a clarification. Earlier today, when during the testimony regarding the removal of Mr. Burgess, I stated to the crowd that I would not tolerate certain, language that was pejorative or, calling a guy a thug or a thief or a cancer or whatever we're gonna, want to call them. Would that have been permitted?
I think I would look at that as a time, place, and manner restriction. Our code actually says that comments are directed to the commission and not to individuals. And so I would say that that's a violation of the manner of the speech, not necessarily the content that could, I think we always have to be careful with removal. I think the first step is, almost like a warning. And then if it persists, then you can take additional steps.
Yeah, mine was just I would cut the speech off and just, if someone was using bad language or wasn't necessarily hate speech, but it was
Right.
not really acceptable speech.
Exactly. And it's in our rules, it does dictate how the manner of the speech is appropriate.
Okay.
Right, and excuse me if I may, Mayor. When we talked about this, we step into a situation where we can encourage people to actually come in here, misbehave, and then look to sue the city if we don't do this correctly. What we have incorporated really protects us. You have the discretion to ask somebody to stop and then ask them to be removed right now, as our rules sit. What Mr. Long wanted was in addition to that, but puts us in a potentially precarious litigation situation. So Attorney Jelen, I think you curbed the language so that we're not creating trouble. But why maybe we wait and see other cities incorporate this, go 6 months and see if they have litigation. Because we just are going to put ourselves in a situation. This happened. Do you remember the crowd of people that came in here out of nowhere from places we didn't know? Bizarre people saying nutty things. We were concerned about if we remove them, throw them out, we're going to be sued. I just think things are moving beautifully. Pretty much we have people that are courteous. Every once in a while someone uses a word that you might say that wasn't a good choice. But why encourage a problem when we really don't have one? You have discretion right now as these rules stand.
But with the speech, which the language you're proposing to add as relates to hate speech in particular, you feel confident that it would address a challenge to it? Is that what
she didn't incorporate it because
I haven't yet.
she doesn't feel confident, or I don't want to speak on your behalf. Pardon me.
What's in here now is disruptions. If somebody causes a disruption in these proceedings, we're in solid legal ground to handle that. And a disruption could be through gestures. It could be through, essentially, Mayor, if you have to stop the proceedings because of someone's behavior, that's a disruption. And you're not regulating the content of the speech. You're regulating the time, place, and manner, the actions of the person. That I feel comfortable adding. Hate speech is a little bit different. Mm-hmm. And, as offensive as people find it, there are constitutional protections associated with it as well. So I think it's a fine line. I'm happy to do the research, to reach out to my colleagues to see what they're encountering and how they're addressing it. And, I'm not saying you're going to have it at the next meeting, but, if somebody else does it and they feel comfortable with it and it's, there's some type of a memorandum that I can provide to the commission, I'll give it to you and you can make a decision as to whether or not.
We don't want to get...
Right.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that at no point did I suggest anything that would get us into litigation. I merely suggested that Ms. Jelen create a draft for us that we could discuss, which is exactly what you did. And the current version you said you feel comfortable with, which we have a consensus on. And now that what's in question is whether could you add to that after checking with another attorney to make sure that we will not put ourselves in a position to incur litigation, which is something that I absolutely do not want to do. However, the county and multiple other municipalities are doing the exact same thing right now because of the scourge of anti-Semitism and racism coming in to these meetings. So I think it behooves us to be proactive here, like everyone else is. I don't think we're inviting that. I think it's already happening, and I think we need to be proactive. So I think the direction that you've brought to us, Ms. Jelen, is the right direction to go in, and we'll proceed cautiously as you get those updates from that other attorney. Thank you.
Yeah, if we can get new and improved, let's go with what we have.
Right.
And, but together with the county, and it will
And
take
monitoring so
and
that
we'll see, because we'll see, because there's going to be, we will not be, there will be test cases for us to
Right,
look at.
that's-
We will not be the
And we're going
test
to know
case.
whether or not it's going to be accepted or not accepted, so.
And then is there a consensus for me adding the language that that's always been the policy of the city, but it's just not been memorialized in these rules about, rotating the deputy vice mayor and vice mayor positions? There's consensus on that?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you want to do a motion to approve as amended, I'll make that change and send it to you tomorrow.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, thank you. We do have a first reading.
Would you like me to read the caption?
Ordinance 9A, would you like to read your caption, please?
Ordinance number 01-24, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of Delray Beach, Title 9, General Regulations, Chapter 96, Fire Safety and Emergency Services, Section 96.12, reserved, to adopt regulations requiring any person, property owner, renter, or agent charged with violating a city regulation or state statute to be responsible for the cost of any fire or rescue services provided by the city, providing a conflicts clause, a severability clause, authority to codify, providing an effective date, and further purposes. For the newest members of our commission, as you may know, typically at first reading, staff does not provide you with a presentation. We merely move it to second reading, and then at that point you'll get a presentation and you can have whatever discussion you deem appropriate at that time. You can always make changes to the ordinance at second reading, so long as it's not something like drastic that affects the caption, but typically it's not an issue to make additional changes if you so decide.
Okay. So do we have a motion?
Motion to approve. First reading, ordinance number 0124.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, unanimous. Comments and inquiries on non-agenda items. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So briefly, 2 items. First, I've had a discussion with a couple of you all regarding observations pertaining to unfunded pension liability as it relates to the fire and police programs in that regard. And in my conversations with you all, that led me to work with Chief Financial Officer Hugh Dunkley to run some comparative analysis, if you will. And that leads me to support the direction to engage with the respective boards, Police Pension Board, Fire Pension Board, to discuss some considerations that may be appropriate so that I can come back before the City Commission in terms of what actuarial analysis should be taken under consideration. Because, of course, as we engage in the upcoming proposed budget process and future budget processes, we need to strike a balance and do what we can to be solid in that regard. Not at all a concern in terms of the general employees' pension liability, because that's quite solid in that regard. And part of our analysis did take under consideration what's happening in the marketplace in terms of unfunded accrued liability and funding ratios and details to that effect. So my support or request would be to give us the opportunity to appear before both boards so that we can be given the opportunity to have them reconsider previous dialogue along those lines so that we can circle back with the commission and dictate any other recommendations that might be appropriate. So that is something I would like to ask the commission to support. From a financial management standpoint, I think it would be appropriate, and given some of the concerns having been expressed by several of you all right now, I would like to have that opportunity to move forward.
Without making it part of my comment, one of the things I do want the commission to have sooner rather than later is an actual idea of what the amount of the unfunded liability is on both police and fire.
That would be part of the process.
We obviously need to have that discussion, but I don't think John Q. Public is really aware of the degree to which we have unfunded liability. Not that it can't be taken care of. I'm not, saying anything. I'm just saying it's a number that people should know.
Yes, sir. That would be part of the process. So if we have the opportunity to proceed as I've just outlined, I think that would be helpful.
Mayor, may I?
Yes, please.
I had asked at the last meeting if we could have some kind of, presentation from all those departments working collaboratively. Could we do a workshop, Mayor? I know you want the same, you've been asking about this, but why couldn't we do a workshop where you're involved, we're involved, the actuary is involved, the pension board members, trustees are involved, HR is involved, and really sit down and talk about how we're going to move forward. Like I said last time, maybe the question is we want to be funded to 90% and we want city contribution to be at 50 or below. We need to ask, what's the question? Where do we want to get to? And then we need someone to tell us how to get there. But having them report to you and then you report to us and we have to ask you questions, you're in negotiations right now. Last time you said, well, we can discuss at budget, but we're in negotiations with one of the unions now, aren't we? Going into. Correct. So the time is now to really start looking at this. And if people
Could we
agree.
schedule one of our next workshop, a portion of that workshop to be?
We can accomplish that concurrent with
Thank
my
you.
recommendation with the respective pension boards, because the
that.
pension boards, ladies and gentlemen, they have that authority. They have that responsibility to run that analysis so we can strike a balance. But I think it would be appropriate to support both. So let us make arrangements over the next few weeks to get it together, and we'll go to work. So if I can have consensus to proceed in every regard, more than happy to do so. I have
Thank
a
you.
thumbs up.
Thank you.
Way
Thank
to
you
go.
all.
Mr. Dunkley, we'll get together in
Thank
the
you,
next few
Mr.
days to
Dunkley.
get it all squared away. And I look forward to engaging with the commission, as well as the pension boards in question.
Should be fun. Good.
Thank you.
Perfect.
And my only remaining item on a light note, brief reminder, April 25th, 2024, that's a week from this coming Thursday, is the next quarterly town hall engagement. We began this tradition really in 2023, but the first full-fledged quarterly engagement took place January 25th, 2024, over at the Delray Beach Municipal Golf Course Clubhouse. Next week's engagement will actually take place over at the Field House of Old School Square. When we talked about the proposed budget calendar for 2024-2025 process, we made a commitment for the next quarterly meeting, July 25th, 2024, to focus on the budget engagement. That meeting will make arrangements to begin at 6 o'clock, given the interest and commitment on part of elected officials that we begin meetings later. However, for April 25th, the principal focus is sustainability and resiliency, what the city's working to accomplish in this regard to get us to that place. We did already advertise it to begin at 5 o'clock, which is okay. However, prospectively, beginning July 25th, we'll make arrangements for 6 o'clock as we engage in the budget process accordingly.
Thank you.
That's all I have at this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
To the city attorney.
Good evening. As the commission's aware, the previous commission directed an investigation to commence for some allegations that were made against the city manager. The investigation is nearing completion. The report has not been finalized yet, but I anticipate that it will be so in the next week or so. Because of the nature of the complaint, I do feel that it's incumbent upon us to have a special meeting so that we don't have to wait till the May 7th agenda for the commission to accept the report and the findings. Because of the level of, because it's one of your direct reports, this has to be a public matter and it has to be before the commission. I can't do a shade meeting because there's no litigation that's related to it. So I was going to propose having a special meeting on April 30th. The outside investigator is available on that day. And I apologize, I didn't ask you each of this individually, but it was right before the meeting. But April 30th, essentially any time between 11 and 3:30, she's available.
What day is April 30th?
Tuesday,
Tuesday.
2 weeks from today.
Did you say 11 and what?
Anytime between 11 and 3:30. I do not anticipate that this will be a lengthy meeting.
We do it after 2?
Whatever the commission's pleasure is.
So, I mean, I have a meeting that morning with the finance director at 10, which I'll keep him for about 3 hours, so I'll be ready by 2.
Is everyone else available at 2 o'clock?
Yep.
Thank you.
So April 30th, I do need a vote on that. You can do it by
Do we need a roll call?
a motion. A motion.
Motion to approve.
Special meeting on
special meeting on April 30th at 2 o'clock.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, unanimous. So April 30th, 2 p.m. in the book.
Thank you, and we'll put out that notice and then put the meeting on your calendars, and thank you very much.
Perfect. Is that the last of your comment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. To the commission, who would like to go first?
Do you want me? Okay.
Sure.
I'll go quickly. Mr. Moore, happy birthday. Yesterday was Mr. Moore's birthday.
Thank you.
I thank you all, the working group, for the unfunded liability. I'm very excited about that. And, another thing that we talked about last time, but I'm just going to bring up again, wouldn't mind seeing something on the historic overlay on a future agenda. I know that someone mentioned the
overlay, okay,
Atlantic,
yeah. The
Atlantic
Avenue. Okay,
yeah, and just because, it doesn't need to go to goal setting because we've already sort of put the money into it, and it was really ready for workshop in 2022, and it was workshopped a few times. New commission, maybe we need another workshop, but would love to see something in terms of progress. Also, this occurred to me, I discussed this with Lynn the other day. We just had to have a supermajority to remove somebody from a board, and that individual got more due process than any of our, hires. Our city attorney would not have to be removed with a supermajority. The city manager would not. And our auditor, and I think it's bizarre that we have that rule in place for a board member.
It's an independent agency, so I understand the issue. So what are you?
I'm just asking, is that something that's amendable, and would we want to consider that? It seems very strange to me.
What would be a code change? Because when we made the back in
referendum.
charter change, you have charter change, code charter.
And look, I'm not looking to remove, I wish we didn't have to be put in the situation to do that today. I think that was really unfortunate. And I don't want to do that ever again. That's not what I'm saying. I just think that it was interesting to me that that was a stricter process than we would have with our employees.
Well, the charter changed to, I don't think we ever had it was related to the city attorney. The city attorney was, I think, always 3 votes.
That's
Charter
fine.
changed in 2014 to go from a supermajority of 4 votes to a simple majority of 3 votes as related to the office of city manager.
I'm not looking to change them. I'm saying the board members.
Oh, you want to have a different rule for them?
Correct. I don't think they should have greater due process than our
Oh,
direct
that's
hires.
that's state statute.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I
For
thought
the
that was the
DDA.
statute, yeah.
That's
only with the DDA. That's not our other boards. Our
Right.
advisory boards don't have
But I thought, okay, so I thought that
It's
was
a
our
referendum
local.
as well.
It's because it's an independent agency.
Right.
We would have the same rule with CRA, correct? A supermajority for CRA as well?
No, I don't think so.
We're right, actually, that, in the
No.
old days, it was an independent board.
It's
Right.
different.
I take that back.
Yeah.
It's just
we're
you
elected.
guys.
Okay, I just wasn't, found it
It's
curious.
a
Forgive
referendum.
me.
It's the same analysis. It's a referendum, but it goes because it's actually in the Florida statutes, the creation of the DDA.
Okay.
So you would have to have a referendum if you wanted to change that.
Well, that wouldn't be worthwhile. I hope we never encounter this situation again.
Me too.
And I think we've put policies in place to make sure that never happens again. So,
Policies in place for,
vetting differently
Oh,
at the outset.
Yes,
They
yes.
were going to require, when you are going to be doing a position which
Okay,
qualifies
that's
you
all
to
I
be
have.
in the
Thank
thing,
you.
they're now requiring you to produce a
Sorry.
lease.
right,
So they
right.
wouldn't enter into the issue of
Right.
not having a lease at the time of you're submitting application.
But I'm referring to the supermajority. Wouldn't that give us better safeguards, the same as the DDA, for our city manager and city attorney?
Again, that would be a charter change.
Yeah, okay. Could we pursue that?
So just similar to the BOA referendum that we just did, we would do an ordinance before the commission, 2 readings, and then it would go to the voters. I think, Terry, isn't it, we can't have anything on there until March of 25, or was it 26?
2025, March of
20.
2020.
So
We
it would
can
go
take
on the
under-
ballot.
We can have it taken under discussion and discuss if that's what we want to do. We could
Just-
we could form actually a charter committee. There may be several other items that we would like to consider charter changes.
Yeah, I would support that, and make sure that we inform the community before we put it on the ballot.
So we'd be putting that on the ballot in a non-election year?
Potentially, if you did a charter revision committee, and I think the last time you revised a charter was, I think, about 20 years ago, so it might be time to,
We did it when I was on the commission last. We had a charter review committee, which is
how long ago was that? 2014, so 10.
2013.
So 10 years ago?
2012.
It's time.
I think it's something to consider, but I was asking a while ago, actually a couple of weeks ago, feels like forever though, excuse me, for Mr. Moore to provide us the list of what the various departments are working on for the commission so that we can prioritize what we want to get done. And not that I don't think a charter amendment might be something to consider, but I think we have a long list that I'm ready to tackle. So, Mr. Moore, if we could get a list from the various department heads on what they're working on for the commission, then pre-goal setting, at least we can take that list into goal setting to know how we're going to move forward.
Yes, ma'am. Given the goal setting session will take place Friday, May 3rd, direction is being offered to assemble that by the close of next week.
Thank you very much.
So you can have that a week in advance. So individual department directors, please assemble accordingly. And I'll work closely with the city attorney
Yeah.
to help us in this regard as well because of the associated legalese.
Okay, thank you very much.
Right. Commissioner Burns.
Oh, finished?
You finished?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so I wanted to, I attended the Let's Move Awards ceremony in West Palm Beach. It was for the month of March, and Delray Beach came in second place. And I wanted to congratulate the community and folk who formulated teams and took the time to log in your points. 4 years running, Wellington won first place. We're looking to win first place next year. And I do have a $1,000 check that we won for coming in second place. But I wanted to, we have the most, second place, City of Delray, most minutes logged, and then the police department, top sub-team, they came in fifth place for the most minutes logged, and then Parks and Rec came in first place. So congratulations to all of our teams, and the $1,000 check, I don't know who gets that, but it's made to the City of Delray.
It goes to the mayor. It's made out to my name?
No.
My name's Cash.
However,
Can that be like the food budget for next time one of these goes?
We could have had a pizza with this. If you had brought it up early, we could have had pizza delivered.
so, but I wanted to ask that we support Ms. Andrea Bruton, who is the lead for the City of Delray for the Let's Move. I wanted to see if we could make sure that we have provisions to support her when she starts it up again, to have financial backing. She brings a $1,000 check for the last 4 years, and then when she wants to have an activity, there's no funding to help her. So could we make some sort of provision to make sure that she does have some funding, that if she wants to have a community event, that she has, because, it goes into general fund, so when she there's no money.
Create a mini enterprise fund for the
Yeah, so.
In essence, that's what it would be.
Yeah.
So, sure.
Thank you.
Absolutely, have some money for
Wait,
it.
isn't sure, don't we have to take a vote on that?
No.
I'm
No,
sorry.
do we need to vote? Are you being,
No, I'm being totally serious.
Make a
We're
motion.
talking about transferring money to an individual in the city for a program. Should
No,
that
no,
be
no,
a
no, no.
budget item?
I thought we should.
No. So I think what Commissioner Burns is referring to is in our special events policy, I think we could make a change to that to allow individuals to almost get like a credit towards the city services that they require for their events based on, separate events that they've had before the city.
So services, not cash, because he's waving the check. I thought.
I don't know
Well,
why
that's
he's
a-
waving the check.
I'm waving the check getting Sam Mitas' attention because the check is addressed for Parks and Recreation purposes, thus the general fund. But I think Madam Attorney summarized it pretty well. We will simply be supportive in that regard.
I like the idea of you and Rob splitting it.
That was my favorite.
The ethics lady was just here.
Right.
I mean, literally.
So,
I think that's what you're asking for, Commissioner?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, and is
That-
there
that's a good
consensus
idea.
for
Yes.
something like that?
consensus is appropriate.
Yeah,
Okay.
perfect.
Okay.
And other than the attending the Delray Affair, which was wonderful weather and a beautiful, nice crowd, I really enjoyed it. So congratulations on another successful Delray Affair. That's it. I'm done. It's all right. It's on
Mr. Long.
recorded. They can hear it.
All right, I don't really have much to say actually, but with the discussion we had about the charter, a question just came to mind. If we did that in a non-election year in Delray, would we have to pay for the election?
Yes.
So that could be pretty pricey. Maybe it makes more sense before we get too far ahead of ourselves to shoot for 2026 if we're going to do that. Doesn't mean we can't start the charter committee and everything, but I'd hate to spend millions of dollars to do it here early.
I don't want to spend extra money.
Yeah, that just came to mind.
Makes sense.
That's all I got. I don't have any other comments. Thank you.
That's good. Commissioner?
I'm probably going to get a round of applause. I have no further comments.
It's like Johnny Carson, this is the last question. I have several items, and I'm going to go through them. I had the opportunity to meet with city manager and certain department heads. We talked about a variety of different things. In Parks and Rec, we talked about the bond funding for it, and there was agreed that before any documents were signed, that the commission would have an opportunity to weigh in on how they think the bond proceeds could best be spent, keeping in mind that we would like to have community engagement from the people who are actually using the parks to talk about really what they would like to see in the parks. Mr. Mitat had some great ideas, but I think that on a collaborative basis we can come across with a good plan. And the same with the golf course we talked. I know you touched on it earlier, but we're talking about doing an RFP. But prior to the RFP actually being issued, there would be discussions with the commission and to see exactly what we think, and maybe with others, to what we think should be in the RFP to determine what the scope of the RFP is going to be. Parking. I'm going to ask for a consensus of the commission on this matter for parking on the beach. My thinking is, right now it's 8 o'clock enforcement time. My thinking is the only people using the beach at that hour in the morning are people from Delray. So I'd like to move the enforcement from 8 o'clock in the morning to 9 o'clock in the morning to allow people to go down there and use the beach. I checked with a million others. They said really people aren't using the beach till 9. I mean, the big rush is really from 9 o'clock onwards. So the impact on this would really be minimal. But I need your all support to see whether or not you would agree to move the parking to 9 o'clock as opposed to 8 o'clock.
As far as enforcement?
Enforcement, yeah. During the week, not the
I
weekend.
was going to say every day.
No.
Monday through Friday would be the
Yeah, Monday through Friday.
appropriate approach.
Because as I said, the only people because I'm down there, a lot, and the only people I see there are Delray residents, and I think they're burdened enough with fees and taxes and things such as that if I can get them an hour, I'd like to be able to get them an hour. So, thoughts, anybody?
Sure. Yes.
Yes? Yes? Without objection? So ordered.
Can you do a motion
Anyway.
on that one?
Motion, we would recommend a motion on that one.
Do we need a
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
Good. Lastly, last week I was nominated to be on the TPA, the Transportation Policy Agency, and I've spent a lot of time this week going through the past minutes of it and going through really what some of the future stuff is in it. And my opinion is that, and I looked at, by the way, and I was kind of under the understanding that mayors always took it, and some mayors do, some don't. Actually, the smaller cities are mostly the mayors. The larger cities are mostly not the mayors. So I wanted to go back to the idea that we would, because I love this rotation thing to give everybody a shot. And I don't know whether I need a motion for this or not, but what I'd like to do is to kind of stand down from that, ask Mr. Long, who was the what did you call yourself? The alternate to be in that spot. Again, it's for a year, because I run, and then ask if Mr. Market would be the alternate, which would give him an opportunity to get to know better all the different things with the road, so that everybody could have a chance to participate in the process. That's what I would like. I don't know what I need to do that, but that's what I would like.
Somebody can.
Starting now?
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah. I'm trying not to do it now, so we got a meeting next week, so I'm trying to get it done. Well, it's there's a hot agenda. So, do I need to?
I would do a motion because I think we did do a motion last time.
Do I do the motion?
No.
I can't do the motion.
Somebody can say so moved, and so that's fine. Okay.
Second.
So, is this for both the suggestions?
That's my understanding.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's done. So, congratulations.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank God I'm
Thank
off
you.
it. So, I don't think I have anything else. So, anybody? All right? We're adjourned.
Good night, everyone.
Drop the mic.